It's time for the icebreaker. Hello. Welcome. How's it going? How's the weather? I know at least the weather condition of one of you already. Uh, how about that newspaper? The water's tasting kind of weird today, isn't it? Uh, I can't think of any other icebreakers. How about that sports team? There we go. There we go. And moving on from the icebreaker, uh, I guess I'll give you like an extra 2 minutes of test time to see if you can come up with something else or finish your essay about what the answer to the riddle is. Uh, and I'll buy you some time by discussing how I finished Frankenstein by Mary the Shelley. It was pretty alright. I liked it. Very different from what I thought it was gonna be, but it's pretty good. That Frankenstein sure was a funny guy, that's all I can say. He made this other guy. He made up a guy, and then he made that guy real, and then that guy was not great, so everybody hated them. And it was kind of his fault for not being a good parent. And the guy comes back being like, okay, if you don't make a wife for me, I will kill everyone. And he's like, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, you have to. You owe it to me. You're my father. And he's like, okay, I'll do it. And then halfway through, he's like, wait a minute. No, I shouldn't do that. And so he stops doing that. And so the other guy does kill everyone. And that's basically the story. Pretty good. Kind of ruining the story for you, but you probably already know the broad strokes of the story because it's been recounted many times in several adaptations. There's no Igor in this one. Igor doesn't exist in this version. They just made it up for the movie. They just thought Frankenstein should have his funny little guy assistant. I wonder if it was inspired by Renfield. Maybe. Maybe they thought this guy should have a Renfield as well. Or maybe it was just an actor thing, like Igor's actor was really good and they didn't want to waste him. Hello, Allison. Okay, I feel like that's enough buying time. We can start proper now. Alright, guys, so tell me. Does anybody have a solution? Did anybody figure out what the answer to the riddle was? What does the Sweetfish River refer to? Of course, you're not allowed to answer the question if you already read the novel. No. It's fine. I also didn't figure it out. I actually... The fish I wish I was having right now. Oh. I don't like fish, but I get it. I mean, I like some fish. I like tuna. Tuna is good. And in vast quantities. You love salmon. Oh. I think I like it when it's like prepared a certain way. I don't know what the term is for that. Marinated, brined, pickled. I'm not sure what the term you would use, but I like that one. Where you eat it cold and raw, and there's several dishes that use it like that. But cooked fish, in general, I don't like. I don't like cooked fish. Okay, so sadly, no solutions yet. Tacos Ensenada. Whoa. I know those ones. Even though I live very close to that place, I don't know those. Okay, so here we go. Let's review. Oh my god, check this out. How you call fish tacos in your town. Oh. Watch out, you're doxing yourself. Check this out. I think I've shown this one before. It's a very funky effect, isn't it? Every time I hover to the wrong scene, I see this one. And I think, wow, that looks cool. It is also a grim reminder that I can never use pink in any of my overlays or PNGs or anything, because then it gets all fucked up. It's a big issue when your big prominent color is green and you want to use pink, because that's like forbidden. You cannot use green and pink when you're doing like a chroma key thing. You can use green or you can use pink, but you can't use both. One of them will get eaten up by the chroma key. People have described pink as the anti-green for this reason. Yeah, I had that one before, but well, I had one that did that, but it had some limitations, so I decided not to stick with that one. The main limitation is that it wasn't picking up my microphone. I had to use like the internal microphone for the reactions. It was a very strange setup. Rahi, I don't know that one. I've never heard of it. Spout support? What is that? What else? I wanted to say something, but I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, there's like I don't know which one it is, which of the programs it is, but there's one that actually reacts to your voice in a much more how should I say it? Explicit, detailed, in-depth manner, where you can do like very precise mouth flapping when you're talking, and it knows exactly when to start and when to stop. Right, that one. I don't know which one that is, and I don't know, and I think that's like a plugin for another one. It's not like a proper feature. Yeah, Dubious has that one, and Fire Mountain has that one, and Christy Alacria as well has that one. You can notice it. You can notice it in their PNGs. And Taffy Wabbit, yes. Sending video from a VTuber app to OBS with transparency. Oh. That is crazy. That's like so many layers. All right, then let's get going. I guess we will figure out what the Atlas does for us in a second. Like I've said several times, honk. I see. I might have to look into that one. Like I said before, I'm not super invested in people solving this particular riddle, because the riddle of the epitaph, the only purpose is for the Ushiromiya family to gain the 10 tons of gold. There is no other purpose. At least when it comes to solving it. The riddle in itself might have a secret meaning, as Badler implied last session. Like, the use of the riddle may have a meaning, but the riddle itself does not. It's weird. Some BGs per project? Yes. My forever project. Because I wrote a script where I was not thinking about the fact that I would be drawing the backgrounds. And so I gave a million different scenes to the script. And as a result, I have a million backgrounds. Camila, a good way to work on your forever projects is to split them up in parts, which is what I'm doing. Granted, it means that once one part is finished, you cannot alter it, but that's bad, but it's also good, you know? If nobody if nobody reads the first parts in the time it takes for you to finish the second one, that means you get to go back and change something. Like, oh, I'm gonna retcon this because nobody watched the first part anyway, so they're not gonna be able to tell I retconned it. But you know, in general, you don't want. The idea is not to do that. Okay, now for real. Here we go. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. It seems we've managed to make it through the first day. Not so you could be seen in the study. When she muttered as though to herself, gold butterflies appeared and formed the shape of a person. We mustn't let our guards down. I can't imagine we'll last through tomorrow if we simply sit around here. So, as I suspected, simply saying Father's in a bad mood and refuses to come out won't be enough to deceive them completely. Indeed. It seems last year left them quite suspicious. Because of that, the toxin has expanded and is coiling itself around the study, growing ever tighter. I imagine it goes beyond mere suspicions raised last year. That's right. The toxin has grown too thick to be explained away by that alone. Someone must have suspected Kinso-sama's death since last year, and is strongly intent on exposing that secret at this year's family conference. Does that mean we didn't have them fully deceived even a full year ago? Unfortunately, it's probably best to assume that, given our current situation. The typhoon will remain here tomorrow, and the boat will not come for them until the day later. In short, we must endure for another 36 hours at the very least. It may not be visible to your eyes, Natsuhi, but the closed room barrier sealing this room was once very firm. Tonight, however, it has been worn down almost to the point of crumbling, like dry leaves awaiting a windstorm. No, the storm is already here. Natsuhi-sama, I propose that we switch from the closed room barrier to something else. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we change our plan? That is correct. Virgilia-sama and I will reconstruct a barrier similar to last year's. Any riddles in chat? I don't know. Do you have an answer, Bug? Did you figure it out? What is the answer to the riddle? Are you here to show us your 10 tons of gold that you acquired by solving the riddle? In other words, hell no. We'll take Keen's out of the study and have him tightrope walk from shadow to shadow where the toxin can't reach, just like last year. It may be dangerous, but I would like to second her proposal. Is this a joke? Do you truly intend to change the plan this far in? When one realizes they cannot withstand a siege, they must consider the option of abandoning the castle. Right now, this room is like a castle surrounded by enemy troops, with its walls about to crumble. If staying put means certain death, and you also have the option of riding out for one last stand in an honorable defeat. Something Kinso would do? I mean, he does have 4 children. So yes, you're right. He would do sperm. After all, surrender doesn't seem to be an option in this fight. I'll protect Father's secret until the very end. If it's discovered, we'll have no chance to talk our way out of it. My husband's embezzlement will be exposed to the light of day, and Yoshinomiya's family honor will be destroyed. We must remain firm and prevent that no matter what may happen. Calm down. I understand you. Krause's alchemy will soon yield great results. If we can just make it through this year, we'll manage. No, don't get flustered. But we used the strategy precisely because we wouldn't be able to pull off the same trick as last year, right? Isn't it the height of stupidity to return to a plan you previously abandoned because it was impossible? Just what sort of plan could we hope to make at this point? Ronov and I will prepare one. Leave it to us for creating illusions and witches. All you have to do is give us your permission, not so easy. Teacher and Ronov are quite reliable at times such as these. And the servants of the One-Winged Eagle are top-notch furniture. Once Teacher and Ronov reveal the magic we need, I imagine the servants will work hard to protect it. It still isn't too late. Let's take Kinso out of the study and make that illusion walk around. Did you forget we chose our current strategy because we considered plans like that and couldn't find anything that would work? It would be the height of foolishness to get flustered in an emergency and carelessly throw away our primary plan. But Natsuhi-sama, as you stand here amidst the toxin, you must realize better than anyone else that we will no longer be able to outlast this siege. I propose that we try and think of another plan without changing our objective of holding the fort. In any event, as long as we can keep this room sealed, no one will be able to deny Father's existence. After all, one cannot determine the contents of a cat box that no number of people could ever hope to open. Well, that may be true, but humans are capable of defying reason. It's possible for them to eat into an airtight cat box and go inside, like black ants closing in on a box of cake. Lady Berncastell's peace also worries me. It was fortunate that Erika-sama stole the show at tonight's dinner. By doing that, she created an atmosphere in which it was possible to close down the family conference for the night. If you all had returned directly to the family conference as usual, the barrier might have broken tonight. However, it also makes the toxin grow even thicker. After it thickens all night, it might manage to penetrate the closed room barrier with ease. Whether we continue to hold down a fort or not, we will not make it through tomorrow unless we prepare a new strategy and a new barrier. Lady Berncastell may have some plan for breaking the closed room barrier. We can't take that piece called Erika lightly. Come to think of it, that man who mentioned taking revenge for the events of 19 years ago might also be a piece of Lady Berncastell's. This board achieved equilibrium with 18 pieces, but now it has had 2 undesired pieces added to it. There are too many irregularities this year. Lady Berncastell is a fan of Eastern things. In shogi, or Japanese chess, aren't you allowed to drop pieces in during a game? Yes, that's possible. Even the act of dropping a queen from the captured pile right in front of the enemy king is an allowable trump card in shogi. I wonder what that man who claimed to have connection from 19 years ago is doing now. Is he already hiding somewhere on this island? That girl Carl Erika was able to appear by claiming to have drifted here. That man might also have landed somewhere on this island despite the typhoon. He may be hiding somewhere now. And it's going to be hard to fully deceive the relatives any longer. Why? Why have so many irregular things happen at the same time? How can you explain this nightmarish miracle of coincidence? That's why you slammed the desk hard, held her head, and cringed at the pain from her overwhelming headache. Lady Bernkastel controls miracles. There's no point being surprised at irregularities or miracles when she's around. Well, shogi is a game in which an enemy piece might suddenly appear in front of the king. For that very reason, you build up a perfect formation that won't allow for such a weakness, artistically constructing a castle around your king. In that case, isn't holding the fort exactly what we should be doing now? Perhaps. If we had a fort we could hold, but we cannot hope for such a thing now. It's difficult to corner a king with no wall to his back, and even more difficult to corner one with open spaces in all directions. Think of a mouse. Oh. You can catch a mouse that's shut in a cage. However, catching a mouse in a field is like trying to catch a cloud. Natsuki-sama, please allow us to consider this option. Kinso-sama will leave his study and wander around the mansion on a whim, avoiding the gazes of the relatives. Hello, Happy Toaster. Mother goes to... Oh, I forgot. Fuck. End of the Golden Witch, guys. What titch? No. Witch. There. Madeline will never go to the moon. Not even Neil and Eva can fulfill that wish. We will think of a natural seeming plan for this by morning. Don't you see the danger? If we're willing to consider such a dangerous option, wouldn't it be better to continue acting as though father's in his room in a bad mood? Tomorrow, relatives will crowd around the study once again. They'll be right on the other side of that single door. When that happens, just how long do you intend to make it seem like they're having a yelling match with Kinso-sama? It's impossible. And we must find some way to postpone that impossibility for 36 hours. If you tell me to do it, I will. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi, the wife of the Ushiromiya family head. If you tell me to do that, I will act as a shouting match with father for as many days as it takes. Ah! Even Natsuhi realized that she could never manage it. But she no longer saw any chance of victory from a plan that involved an illusion of Kinso walking around. Banging on the desk several times with tears of rage streaming down her face, Natsuhi alternated between groaning from her headache and placing the blame on one thing or another. It made one feel that there must be some curse that made anyone who sat in that chair act that way. This is like a game of mating shogi, where you are on the defensive. In mating shogi, the opponent has no king, and you have no way of winning other than avoiding a checkmate for a predetermined number of moves. And to think that I must escape for a whole day and a half's worth of moves. It's just too many. Don't stop thinking. Don't give up. I'll listen to your complaints, so don't have a fit. Your unshaking will to overcome this trial will bring you success with certainty. That's the power of the Witch of Certainty for you. You must not lose that magical power. Believe that you will overcome this no matter what. I'm sure you'll think of a brilliant plan. Therefore, you mustn't give up, and you mustn't stop thinking. You're right. I understand. Only I can overcome this hardship. That is correct. Didn't Kinso entrust you with the job of overcoming these challenges? Ginsu acknowledged you were worthy of that responsibility. Father. Father. Oh. Teacher and Renault will think of a move. Of course, I will think as well. However, even that we cannot do without permission from our master. From you. So, at the very least, don't abandon your will to fight. Don't give up. I understand. But I'm already all tired out. And I can't stand this headache. Why is it that I'm crying here? All alone in this frigid study? Why? Why isn't my husband here for me now? Back when dinner ended, Prowse claimed to be dizzy and went to bed early. Oh, man! Of course, he had done this to get enough rest to ready himself for the long day ahead. But Natsuki right now, it felt as though he'd just gone straight to sleep and pushed the entire burden on her. However, complaining about such a thing would mean her failure as a wife. Isn't it a good wife's duty to work hard and put family first, even when her husband is resting? Filled with regrets, even at her anger towards her husband, unable to determine at whom she should be angry, Natsuki continued to sob. If only Inso could just speak to her kindly at times like this. Beato searched for him, but Ginso had been nowhere to be seen in the study for some time now. Perhaps Natsuki had noticed this as well. Though she bragged that fighting alone and supporting from behind was the responsibility of a good wife, without anyone to tell her that this really was necessary, she was now so frail that she couldn't even stop her own tears. Just as Beato was trying to think of words to console Natsuki, Virgilia tapped her lightly on the shoulder. Sometimes, when words of compilation don't come from the mouth of the right person, they can do more harm than good. Though, Virgilia silently told Beato that remaining silent was the best course of action for now. Hi! Sorry to interrupt. I know I'm an outsider, but I wonder if you'd let me speak. Please restrain yourself for the time being. No. In this room, there's no distinction between outsiders, guests, and the rest of us. You may speak. Thank you. Renault said it himself a while ago. Yeah. He looks great, doesn't she? That is making showy with you on the defensive. I also really like her evil sprite. Her evil sprite is probably my favorite of all the evil sprites. It's really good. The way her eyes are drawn. How do you lose in Maiden Shogi? It's when your king is checkmated, right? That goes without saying. And the opponent has no king. Therefore, all Natsuki can do is have her king run away constantly. I see. So you're thinking of that move. Has that time already come? What do you mean? Do you mean there's some sort of move remaining to us? It's what you proposed in the very beginning, about how to hide Goldsmith's death. I'm trying to say the time's come for us to use that. You mean, having him go missing? You mean to make that move right now during the family conference? That's too dangerous. Once they successfully resolve all of their problems, they would have to lay Ginso to rest. And the best way to do that was to make him disappear. One day, Ginso would go out into the forest and never return. They wouldn't be able to find him no matter how much they searched, so he would be declared missing. You said it yourself for a second ago, Orishi. You can't catch a mouse that escaped into a field. and you can't catch a goldsmith who's disappeared into a forest. You plan for us to talk our way out of this like that? To use such a move now, when the suspicion against us is greatest, would be no better than committing suicide. Oh, they will probably suspect it. Such a move would most certainly lead to mistrust. However, even if they were to set foot in this study, they would find nothing to aid them. It would never again be possible for them to keep Ginto-sama pinned down. And no matter how much they suspected his death, they would be unable to prove it. Forget about a mere 36 hours. He'd be able to protect Ginso's secret forever that way, right? Of course, we'll also have to bear an appropriate risk. If you make that move, you may be able to overcome this particular challenge. But we cannot even guess at how much prestige you might lose for it. Even so, it's a move that will most certainly overcome our current challenge. Of course, you'll then have to face an even greater suspicion. But you won't die. Yes, that may be true, but during the Great Kanto earthquake, the Yoshinomiya family should have died. However, the mad genius goldsmith revived it so splendidly that it's now something you desire to protect. So this time, it is up to you and your husband, the new head of his wife, to do the same. Is that how you intend to stir her up? I'm not stirring her up. I'm just asking if she's prepared to be the wife of the head. Are you prepared to protect the Yoshinomiya family, even if you end up getting dragged through the dirt to do it? I am prepared. Then, now is the time. If you can survive by being dragged through the dirt, then crawl with all your might. You'll inch your way through this world of suffering, and eventually, you'll restore that glory. I, Gap, the 33rd in rank, promise you this. Gap. The fact that I came to play at a time like this must be a sign from the gods of happenstance. I'll keep this promise, Ushinomiya Natsuhi. I require nothing in return. Rishi, the one who serves you, has already paid me plenty in advance. Gam may have seemed irresponsible, but she actually possessed a strong sense of duty. She was the kind of person who just couldn't leave someone in trouble alone. Payment in advance? Oh? When did I do that? I have no memory of such a thing. Oh, I just mean those magical items you couldn't remember where you put. I made off quite a few of them. What? So that was your doing after all? Give him back! Get back my illusionary silver crystal and moonstick! I still haven't played around by sticking them together yet. That's the sort of magic and strategy you can expect from me. You lovable scamp. I can hide Goldsmith away in a world where no one will be able to find him. Let me know the instant you need that magic. Until then, feel free to think of another, safer plan. True, true. Having alternatives is beneficial for your peace of mind. Without that, you'll never think of a brilliant plan. Not so easy. We have quite some time remaining on us tonight. Let's leave Gap's strategy as a final trump card, not run out a plan of our own for now. Please give us permission. And please give us the trust. Magical power and absolute commission will need to succeed without faith. If you have faith, I will make your dreams come true. If you succumb to doubt, then I will make those nightmares true. You must build your own future. Ginso would disappear. And right in the middle of this family conference. Such a move really would be a last resort. Burning this final trump card in her heart, Natsu decided that she would grope around for a different plan until the last day. For all, this long, long night has only just begun. Bring Estelle and her piece just as long to prepare as Natsu did. Gouge the foot and kill. And that completes it. I see. That really was what Gouge meant. Once again, my reasoning was correct. The feel of it this time was clearly different from the previous times, as though some sort of device had activated. However, as far as a quick glance could tell, it was no dramatic change, such as an entrance or some sort of opening. Currently, they would need to do just a little more before they could find it. Incredible. If we really do find the gold, we have to split it together. Enjoying the intellectual simulation is enough for me. The only thing I like is solving riddles. The only reward I need is proof that I was right. She shrugged it off, implying that just seeing the gold would be enough. Then she crouched down, peering fixedly at the lock mechanism. Definitely no mistake. To say this girl really loves solving riddles. For her, treasure hunting is all about the delicious process of exposing secrets. So she has no interest whatsoever in getting the treasure for herself and becoming a billionaire. I see. Pretty cocky for you, setting up a device like this. The mistake you all made was letting me in on this island in the first place. Simply by the existence of the epitaph in this place. This level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. What do you think, everyone? As she said this to the now exposed contraption, he grinned. The smile was triumphant, but it was more fully characterized by the small bit of unpleasant disdain contained within. After solving the riddle, she was probably reveling in the pleasure of having won against the one who had proposed it. And she enjoyed her ability to scoff at this person now. If we find the gold now, the successor won't be Kraus-san, but you. Well, I wonder. Isn't Kraus-san kind of arrogant? You might even call him a braggart. It'll be pretty amusing to see him lose both the gold and his position as a successor to his nephew, in the course of a single night, won't it? Erika was still crouched down as she spoke, her back to Adler as she toyed around with the device. Jessica-san was her name, right? The girl who talked back to me. Yeah. She really was acting big about her father being the successor. When she wakes up tomorrow and learns that you've inherited all the gold, and that her father's no longer the successor, I wonder what kind of expression she'll have on her face. I had no intention of keeping that 20 billion to myself. Well, if I got even 10%, that'd be as much as I can handle. We can split the rest fairly amongst the family. I'm even less interested in being the successor. I'd be glad to let Uncle Kraus deal with that. Will you really be able to settle things that easily in the end? Well, rather than trying to make guesses about that, I imagine it'll be more fun to guess at the expression Jessica-san wears tomorrow. And what kind of sad excuse she'll try to make. You really do have a nasty personality. Oh? Couldn't you reason that out from the time you learned that I like solving riddles? I'm an intellectual rapist who enjoys exposing things people try to hide. Get it? The same thing goes for solving the epitaph riddle. I'll bet you wanted to expose the golden grandfather worked so hard. Yes, that was my goal at first. But it changed partway through. Partway through? Changed to what? I mean, Jessica's son. She butted in on my reasoning, contaminating the pure and noble time. Ever since then, I've been trying to solve the epitaph so I could teach that Jessica a lesson. Are you serious? I'll make all opponents surrender, no matter who they are. This is my sole purpose. You still need me to reason it out for you? Which you don't mean Jessica irritated me. That's why I wanted to put her in her place and decided to solve the epitaph. That's what led to the emotions I hold now. Can you reason out what those emotions are? This time, I turned my back on her. Did I get a bit too excited by this riddle-solving game, letting her drive me on and do something terrible? That's right. She's so normal, yes! It should have been possible to reason this out. If the riddle is solved, the relatives will probably freak out about who the successor should be. And some others will probably push for me, the discoverer, to be the successor. The discoverer and the successor. And some relatives not thrilled with that process will probably oppose them. Despite how adamantly Erika affirmed it, it isn't written anywhere that the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph becomes the successor. Because of this, it'll lead to a fight between those who acknowledge that theory and those who won't. If I reason out what'll happen next, the architect in the building. If I reason out what'll happen next, as Erika did, it'll probably lead to a messy fight between Uncle Kraus and the rest of the relatives. Now that I've solved the riddle, will Jessica admire me or curse me? I want to think about that. Erika was still mumbling. Apparently, she had already started trying to reason it out. As I began to feel very bad, I vaguely gazed down into the black night. That time, I looked at a dim outdoor light and saw the silhouette of a person in front of it. I thought I must be seeing things. After all, it was unthinkable that someone could have been standing there this whole time, pounded upon by the rain without even an umbrella. However, the silhouette didn't move an inch, and maybe... no, it couldn't be. It was looking at me, and it was... grandfather. At that moment, I understood. Grandfather's probably been watching us solve the riddle this whole time. And he watched as we spectacularly solved the whole thing. Without a doubt, there was a faint smile on Grandfather's face. Grandfather, who had never worn anything except moody and frowning expressions, looked me in the eye and smiled at me for the first time. Almost as though he was saying, "How impudent." Or else, I never thought it would be you. However, this is still the result my grandfather's epitaph chose. So I'm sure he accepted that result. In the end, he grinned one more time. Of course, he didn't use words. His smile seemed to be wordlessly saying, "Well done." I didn't know how I should respond. I couldn't do anything but stand there in shock, ignoring Erika as she crouched down, mumbling with her back towards me. Then, grandfather stretched a hand out from the fold of his cloak and pointed at something. When I looked in that direction, there was a thing he was pointing at. Probably signpost to the Golden Lands. Go. I'm sure grandfather said that one word. I nodded to show that I understood. After watching that, grandfather nodded back, satisfied. Then, with a spin of his cloak, he disappeared, seeming to melt into the darkness. The expression on his face at the end was a smile that was, for the first time, truly satisfied. Are you listening, Battler-san? Did you hear my reasoning? I found it. That's a signpost to the Golden Land. Huh? Ah, it's facing a different direction than it used to. I see. Well, it means Yoda. You got some pretty good powers of observation. Hello, Fire Mountain. You missed Erika using her self-appointed title, her awesome title that she gives herself. Grandfather told me about it. Huh? Inso-san? Where is he? I'm going. Let's have a look at what you're showing us. Just what is this Golden Lands? We started to walk. Not that much. We've only seen Erika for a little while. Most of the intro has been about Natsuki, so I'm sorry if you're a big Natsuki fan. But for the most part, this episode has been Natsuki scenes. The entrance to the Golden Land was right there. Also, everybody solved the riddle of the epitaph and already told me the answer. I'm not gonna repeat it. Everybody in chat solved it. All of them. On their own. So, my epitaph has finally been solved. And it was Battler who did it. Wonderful. Couldn't be better. When I think about it, I was also ahead that no one saw coming. Even I solved it, yeah. Even Pink Honeybuck solved it. We just kind of showed her the epitaph one day. She hasn't even been here for these streams, and she was like, oh, okay. I think I get it. Give me like 3 days and I'll come back to it, and she did great. How amusing that the one to succeed me is just as surprising. I have no more regrets in life. Beatrice, I'm coming to join you. Along with a present, the miracle chosen by my epitaph. Battler, of all people. That Battler. At the very, very end of my life, I have seen a true miracle. Beatrice, I've won this bet. The stupid one, can you believe it? He was so far behind in the run-ins. Yahoo! Yahoo! What a thing to say, Madler. I'm coming back around you, kid. I'm liking you again. Well done. Except for its non-corrosive properties, there's no practical way to turn gold into money. I imagine it'd take a lot of work to exchange all this for cash. At the end of a crude underground tunnel, in a VIP room so beautiful it seemed improper, was a pile of gold so large that there could be no doubt in its 20 billion yen worth. Erika was calm, but Balor couldn't suppress his excitement. Happiness of Marion is still so good, such a good song. As for which of the two was the correct reaction to show after seeing a mountain of gold, only those who saw the scene with their own eyes could say for sure. In this day and age, it's said that an average salaryman earns about 20 million yen in wages over his life. And this is 20 billion yen worth of gold. With even 100 of this gold mountain, a single human could live their entire life without working. What is labor? Isn't it the very point of a human's life, since a person who doesn't work cannot eat? If so, then 200 million yen is enough to make a single person's life complete. And this is 20 billion yen! This would account for the labors of 100 humans. No, a single human life 100 times over. Of course, if you still wanted to work, you could. Any money you gained as a result could be used to play with. After all, you would already have enough money to live for your entire life. No, for eternity. No, wait. I mustn't keep it all to myself. I can split it up among 100 people. If I could create a world where a full 100 humans wouldn't have to work for their whole lives, what kind of world would that be? Much to consider. Yeah, there's no doubt at all. This is the Golden Lands. There you go. Fern Battler magnificently discovered the gold. Congrats! I had her hide the more central parts of it. But what's wrong with being just a little mean, right? Sure. Do that as much as you like. I'm not interested in the micro details about what kind of riddle it was or what kind of answer it had. The important thing is that as a result, 10 tons of gold were discovered. The gold was discovered in the third game as well, by Anteva. And Rose also witnessed it. However, the two of them hadn't spoken of the gold's discovery to anyone. In other words, there was a chance that the gold's discovery was a cat box joke kept between the two of them. More specifically, it was possible the gold didn't exist and was just an illusion. However, I have finally found it. The cat box has been opened. It'd be a waste of time to do that repeated thing, so I'll give you a little bonus. This mountain of gold is real. All of the ingots piled up here are real, pure gold. There are absolutely no tricks such as replicas or fakes. I swear to you, I did not plan this out. I didn't know they were gonna say this like an hour into the stream after the previous one. Okay. Got it. I'll accept that this gold exists. However, there are still some things I can't accept. Of course. No, no! Don't give up. You met with him, didn't you? With Kinso. Yeah, that's the big question right there. Even though Kinso's supposedly an illusion, you met with him just a second ago, right? I guess that really was magic, wasn't it? Ridiculous. I didn't exchange any words with grandfather. I only felt that the grandfather and I had exchanged words. It's not uranium, sorry. The gold could be infused with uranium. It could be both. Give it a rest. The same move won't work again. In that case, your real truth, if you please. I was probably in an excited state after solving the Ep5 riddle, and I mistook something for grandfather. For example, maybe there was some kind of sheet or cover that had gotten caught in the dark grove of trees, which looked like grandfather wearing a pitch black cloak. As a result, I mistakenly thought that I had some sort of conversation with grandfather. The truth. Valid. Well, I did say the exact same thing in blue. So, did it work? Where's your counter with the red truth? I have none. At least, not now, okay? The me who'd let out a strange yell in front of the gold mountain was finally starting to regain his cool. Now we found it, there's no covering it up. I vaguely considered keeping this discovery a secret. However, Erika wanted to prove that her own reasoning was correct by announcing this to everyone. Oh, there it is, the title again. She really is an intellectual rapist, just as she says. The puzzle-solving game is what's important to her. And she doesn't intend to take any responsibility for what happens after a riddle is solved. A riddle is sort of like a lock. Locks exist to be locked. And they're only significant when they're locked. Therefore, it ought to be essential to have some gold in mind when exposing such a thing. However, to this girl, the act of exposing it is itself her final goal. And she has no intention of taking responsibility for anything that happens later. Maybe the true storm to hit Rokenjima isn't the typhoon, but her. She got really under your skin, huh? She won't keep the discovery secret. She'll definitely announce it so she can brag about her success. Then she'll call a real storm down upon this island. Won't be able to keep this covered up. In that case, there's nothing to do but announce this fact fairly to all. I can't imagine what'll happen after that. As she grins, Erika muttered to herself. Radio Puzzle Listener. Hello, Cancer. She must have been anticipating the uproar that their relative would soon bring about. To her, merely imagining that was far sweeter than 20 billion yen in gold. Simply by the existence of the epitaph in that place, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. What do you think, everyone? The sudden sound of someone banging fiercely on the door brought Nasui to her senses. She had probably nodded off in the study while planning how they would overcome the next day. But what could it be at a time like this? More importantly, the knock itself was strange. If someone wanted to contact her, they could have just used the internal phone line. She told them that she'd be there. She'd be here. Realizing that something strange was going on, Natsuki shook her head one more time, completely throwing off her drowsiness. Father! Father! It's Seba! I have an urgent, vital matter to discuss with you. It was Eva's voice. What is this? I thought I told them to lock the doors and windows of the mansion tightly after everyone left for the guest house. So why is Eva here? Natsuki ran up to the door, responded with a small knock, and spoke through the door in a quiet voice. What is it? You're too noisy. Natsuhine-san, why are you in Father's study at this hour? I told you to be quiet. Have you forgotten that the head values peace and silence more than anything else? Now's not the time to be saying that. Start harping on that. And open up quickly. Bring Father out. The head just went to sleep. I don't know what business you have, but I will deal with it tomorrow. I don't have any business with you. Just open up right now. Sometimes, multiple schemes and assumptions can fall apart due to the most direct, simple, and emotional strategies. This is bad. If I open the door, Eva will probably throw herself forwards and rush into the study. Now, I can't even open this door. Natsuki fumbled this. What would you have done, Bug? Would you have simply not answered? At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. Yeah, just don't say anything. I can see it. It's okay. Both of the keys to the study are here. No one can open this door. Natsuki inched away from the door and grabbed the receiver. Hello? It's Natsuki. Me. Things are bad. I want you to come down to... Wait, is this Kraus? Yes, it was from Kraus. The stone was strained. Then the world happened. It would seem that Adler and this guest called Erika solved the witch's epitaph and found the gold. Huh? Is that true? The Wolf and the rest have forced their way in. They're saying Badler will show everyone the way to the hidden gold. Right now, Eva's son is just outside the study door, yelling at me to open it. But if I do that now, he might push her way inside. I understand. I will go there too. Don't worry about it. Just stay there and don't do anything. I'll give you a signal once I got an Eva away from it. So leave as soon as you hear. Ready? Oh, that's right, I have a fucking husband. My husband finally decided to do something. Right after that, Kraus came up that staircase, accompanied by Genji. A heated debate started between him and Eva. Open up! Oh, calm down. In the middle of that, there was a small knock as a signal. This is where Crossroads said, Eva, you need to come downstairs right now. Battler is downstairs handing out gold ingots to everyone, and he says that whoever is not in the parlor in the next 2 minutes will get nothing. And she's like, what? And she just runs downstairs. Krause had cleverly pushed Eva away from the door and distracted her. How goes Battler, fans? Hello, Croax. It's going well. Battler found the gold. Like, actually, Battler found the gold. Battler, the guy, found the gold. During that gap, Nazi slipped out of the study and quickly shut the door. Eva noticed this, and her face twisted in disappointment. But the heavy sounds of the auto lock had already rung out, and the door had been sealed. The gold after the epitaph has been found. It's only natural that we should inform Father about this. Or else what? Is there some reason you can't tell Father about this? Look. Father already wrote the epitaph and arranged everything so that he wouldn't be bothered once the epitaph was solved. He already made his macro. Do not bother him with any manual input. Many hump days. Yeah, congrats, Croax, on... I assume watching the stream from, like, yesterday? Or was it yesterday? It was yesterday, right? Hope you enjoyed. Following those orders is the duty of the head's representative. Isn't that right, Genji-san? Yes. The master's sleep must not be disturbed, no matter what happens. Even a rule like that depends on time and circumstances, doesn't it? I mean, the epitaph was sold. Father has a right to know straight away. Oh no! Guys! I just told Father that Battler sold the epitaph and he was so shocked with surprise that he fucking died. What the hell? What do we do now? He's dead. He's like super dead. What the hell? Of course, the two of us will report on everything to the head tomorrow. That's our duty of the head's representatives. All three, nice. I don't care about that. Come on, just open this door. Let me see, Father. Father, can you hear me? It's Eva. Please open up. Oh, let go of me. That hurts. We're telling you to at least listen to us. Don't knock on the door so loudly. Ouch. Ow. Let go. Let go of me. Krasa. Eva-sama. Master is sleeping. Please refrain from disturbing him any further. When Genji spoke firmly, the two finally ceased their scuffle. It seemed that Genji, the one who had spoken for Kinso since they were very young, still possessed an air of dignity strong enough to handle both Krause and Eva. Eva put her argument aside for the time being. She could hold off worrying about that until she saw the gold with her own eyes. After all, not even Eva had seen it for herself yet. Natsuki and the others had managed to somehow deal with the momentary crisis. However, the move of the demons that would sneer upon their efforts had already begun. Battler solved the riddle of the epitaph, you say? Yes. Though he had a lot of help from that Erika girl, Battler was the one who reached the answer. Erika had proclaimed that she will abandon her rights to golden weapons. Therefore, the one who reached the Golden Lands is Battler. Fate can truly be amusing. To think that Battler-sama would make it there. What will you do, Beato? You promised to stop the ceremony if anyone sold the epitaph, really. Yes, that was the deal. That was the deal. Indeed. Apparently, Battler-sama does not intend to become the master of the Golden Lands. It now seems that no one will become our master. That is also fate. It has been several decades since we first manifested in the human world through our bond with Lord Goldsmith. The time since then has been so very fun. Come on, Leah. You sound like an old lady. So, what are we going to do? If we go by Riche and the Goldsmith's rules, now that Battler sold the epitaph and decided not to become our master, we've been relieved from duty, right? That's true. I have no regrets at all. I've been prepared to be kicked down into the Kosages all this time. Wait. We can't let this happen. You might not have any regrets, but I will keep on serving Natsuki. It would be quite irresponsible to let ourselves be relieved from duty just because Battler sold the epitaph. Witches are forbidden from breaking contracts, but they also must not fail to show gratitude. I mean, well, it's fucking Battler, who cares? We can ignore the contract if it's Battler. True. Here we go, another one. Another one for my collection. We should serve her until the family conference ends. In that case, you won't be relieved from duty for a while either, old Goldsmith. Perhaps you should wait until you've overcome this family conference safely. Say goodbye to Natsuki-sama at the very least, and if possible, regard her for all her effort. Indeed. She has done well supporting my foolish son. You're a fallen angel with its wings blocked off, aren't you? Just leave the other wing as a parting gift and go. Indeed. Perhaps that would be fitting. Not so you may be worthy of bearing my wing. However, we are approaching the critical moments. Your reward is waiting for you. Try to make it through this test unscathed. The foppish voice. Oh, you mean the Renault voice? One of my favorite voices to do in this. The mountain of gold left everyone speechless. Regardless of how strongly they had believed in its existence. No one could look at this much real gold and not be shocked. To think that a place like this existed. I can't believe it. Yeah. Everyone was stunned by the gold. I mean, one thing does not prove the other. There could just be gold that's not magic. The first one to break the silence and jump around in ecstasy was Hideyoshi. Letting out an excited laugh, he clung to the wall of golds. And he felt the cold, hard touch of all of it over his cheek. This is incredible! It's the real thing! that damn data powers. Is this Rudolph? I guess this is Rudolph, right? Damn data powers taking this much gold in such a ridiculous place. Now that we have this much, we no longer have anything to fear. We could overcome any kind of trial. Rosa! Mason, Mason, we'll be able to find happiness with this, right? Eva and Rosa moved towards each other at the same time and hugged as they broke down crying. Holy shit! Now that is hard to believe. Ecstasy and shock, wonder and sighs. The siblings getting along? Clearly this is all bullshit. After stepping forward in front of the pile of gold that had caused this mixed emotions, Erika spoke as though she were an announcer in some show. If this world is money, then this gold is the embodiment of happiness. Congratulations, everyone. I pray that this discovery makes all of your lives richer. I take my hat up to you. Think you've solved the epitaph within a single day of coming to this island. If you couldn't solve it in a single day, you wouldn't be able to solve it no matter how many days you have. After all, it doesn't take more than an instant for your little gray cells to give you a flash of intuition. Also, I wouldn't have been able to solve this riddle myself. I have to replace Battler Sound's achievements as well, everyone. I abandon any rights to this discovery. I'm already satisfied to have my reasoning proven correct. So, I thought to give Battler Sound full credit. I may be here, but please continue the discussion as though I wasn't. Battler Sound called all of the adults here, making sure that none of the cousins would notice. That can only mean one. He must have wanted to begin the true family conference with all of you. Erika, quit deciding things on your own. My apologies. In that case, I'll step down as the facilitator of these proceedings. So, who will take my place? Shrugging, Erika looked around at everyone. After a short period of silence, Eva made the first move. None of us have forgotten the deal we made earlier today, right? Yeah. Divided between the four of us, with 2.5 billion for each. And then, the successor gets another 10 billion. Wait a second. Who decided that the one who discovers the gold becomes a successor? Hold up. You won't be able to get away with that, Pasi-san. We've all been arguing based on that premise this whole time, haven't we? You really think you can pretend that it never happened now? That's right. Weren't you the one worrying about how, if one of the servants solved the riddle, they might consider themselves a successor? But nowhere is it explicitly written that that's the truth, right? You bastard! We weren't all aware of it, weren't we? That's right, Aniki. You're gonna change your position this late in the game. It was never stipulated. I believe it was common knowledge between us. I don't see how you can suggest we ignored it completely. You can just interpret the hex epitaph however you like. Whether it is written that one who finds the gold becomes a successor. The epitaph was decided upon by the head. You have no right to decide these things for yourselves. Calm down, Natsuhi. How could I calm down? Yes, I do find it quite impressive that Battler can solve the epitaph. I certainly believe she should be rewarded for it. However, it's clearly a stretch to suggest that he deserves half of everything. And you won't get away with the argument that the discovery becomes a successor. That's slow, Natsuhi-san. This is completely different from what we were seeing earlier today. I agree. It was never stipulated. The fact that whoever solves the epitaph becomes a successor has always been the greatest unwritten rule we've had. It's not fair if you start complaining about that at the last second, right? Yeah, it isn't fair. Anyway, this gold is Father's. We can't decide how it will be split up without Father's permission. No way. That's low, Natsuhi-san. We were talking about this on and on earlier, right? Are you saying that whole conversation today was a bunch of bull? It just ain't right. Why don't we just vote on it? Father-kun, one who found the gold is the successor. My husband and I have no objections. What about you, Rudolph and Kirie-san? Rosa? No objections here. Nah, it's going badly. Of course he wouldn't have any objections. You're his fucking dad. I have no objections either. Valor-kun is the true successor, chosen by the Epitaph. If you aren't satisfied, then why don't you just ask Father directly? That's right. Like you just said, Nasuhine-san, Father is the one who wrote the riddle of the Epitaph. Maybe he's also the proper owner of this gold. In that case, shouldn't we talk to Father about this directly? Incompetence be damned, my boy can solve the riddle. How should Valor-kun, the person who discovered the gold, be treated? I believe Father is the only one capable of making such a decision. But... didn't I tell you to calm down? Rosa and Kirie-san are right. Let's ask Father. Your turn is already over, Nissan. Natsuhine-san. Yeah, bring Father out to us. Won't get anywhere with just you two. Let's begin the real family conference. Does this look like something you can put off just because he's tired? If we take this thing lightly, we'll have a massive problem on our hands. Hey, are you listening? We won't get anywhere with just you. Bring Father out right now. Are family conferences always like this? How the hell I know? They're probably always like this on the inside. Looks like they won't be able to get this figured out right now without Kinso-san. To think he's been called out to settle this children's fight, even though it's been announced that he's already had a short while to live. I wonder how he feels right about now. Imagining that, no reasoning that out will be a treat. The parents ignored Battler and Erika and kept yelling at each other on and on. I'm imagining... I'm surprised Battler hasn't said anything. You'd think he would go into stop fighting mode like this, right? Be like, stop fighting! Even though Battler had more or less imagined that this sort of thing happened behind the scenes. This was the first time he'd seen it. He suspected it since 6 years ago. And he'd been able to get a pretty good idea of what this was like. By the darkening expression on his parents' faces when this time of year drew near. However, this argument his relatives were having before his very eyes was much more ugly than he'd imagined. That's why he was very glad that he called the adults out here without letting the cousins catch wind of anything. Perhaps because everyone was tired out from the seemingly endless arguments, they took a short break. It was decided that this family conference inside the Golden Land should be moved over to the mansion. This place may have been a gorgeous, like a VIP room. But there was no heating, and it was a little cold. It wasn't well suited for a long conversation. They thought of the possibility that someone might snatch the gold away while their backs were turned. But of course, no one could manage much with just human hands in a small amount of time when it's 10 tons of gold they're dealing with. In fact, it might be said that having this mountain of gold in the background was actually robbing them of the ability to make sound decisions. So they agreed to return to the mansion, in part so that they could regain their composure and continue the conference more cold-bloodedly. Then, if you would excuse me for the night, I imagine I'd just get in the way if I remained any longer. Sure. Sorry. Did we bother you too much? Let us show our gratitude again tomorrow. Sorry for letting you see such an embarrassing side of us. You said that you refused, but allow us to prepare a fitting portions, out of gratitude, for you as one of the first to discover the gold. Right, Nissan? Yes. You know what you're capable. I think you can grasp our current circumstances. 20 billion yen in gold isn't something that they wanted out in the open. They didn't want an outsider like Erika telling people about it. Oh, this is bribery. Or as Erika had already reasoned that. She wore an unpleasant smile on her face, as though she understood all too well. You don't need to worry about me. Of course, I have no desire to tell anyone else about it. And if I did, no one would believe me without proof. I got to see something interesting tonight. It was quite a spectacle, but I'm more than satisfied. I see. I guess it's not every day you see 10 tons of gold. Seeing the gold was a spectacle? Of course not. Judging by Erika's dark nature, it's obvious what she's so happy about. I thought about telling her to just go away, but even I wanted to get out of this place. I tried to head back to the guest house along with Erika. However, Kirie-san grabbed my shoulder. You can't go, Battler-kun. Please come with us. Yes. You're now a real successor. You gotta have an audience with Father and have him acknowledge you right away. That's something only the family head may decide. You'll make things up on your own. Battler. I realize it'll be a pain, but stick around with us for a bit longer. Don't say anything. Just stay quiet and keep your head down. Got it. Just do whatever you want. It would have been easy to say that I had no interest in being the successor. But I was sure that would only add more oil to the fire. Even if I hadn't been ordered to keep quiet, saying shut up like a clam was clearly a good idea. In that case, would it really be so bad if they just let me go back to the guest house? Dad put his arm firmly around my shoulder, and I told him it was uncomfortable and to let go. Won't touch me, motherfucker. Literally. However, he didn't pay attention to a word I said. I've solved the epitaph. Just like you wanted. When you were the game master, we'd always get those letters. Try and solve the epitaph. If you don't, I'll kill you all. Why did she want to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph? By solving it, we found the mountain of gold. Yippee for us. Yippee! Yippee, perhaps even wahoo. And what about Battle? Does she gain anything by having us find the gold? No, there was no letter. Normally, the letter comes from... He missed it so much. He's so pleading emoji in this episode. Normally, the first letter comes from the encounter with Maria outside with the flower thing. But that didn't happen because Erika found Maria first. So if Maria and Beato were about to meet, Erika intercepted them and didn't allow it to happen. Does she gain anything by having us find the golds? Or does she lose something? As far as chessboard thinking tells us, people don't ever make moves that cause them to lose something. That means she must have something to gain by having us solve the epitaph. No. No. This child has nothing to gain from having someone solve the epitaph. Are you sure that's okay? Using red like that without her permission. This child most likely wishes for it. Oh, I guess... Yeah, I guess Battler couldn't hear all the Beatrice internal monologuing that was going on earlier. He doesn't know she's been playing Toulouse the entire time. Virgilia, or at least that she has no chance of winning. Virgilia, who had suddenly appeared there, quickly gave an answer to my question with direct truth. In the past. No! I sometimes get that Beata tried to make us solve the epitaph. Because she wanted to make us find the gold hiding place for her, so she could snatch it away. Is that wrong too? Yes. In the first place, the golds of the Golden Land belongs to this child. Keep that in mind. She has absolutely no need to make someone find it for her, or to snatch it away herself. Of course. Beato is Beatrice, the Golden. Isn't she the master of the Golden Land and the Ushinomiya family alchemist? That totally makes sense. However, that makes me even more confused. Even if someone exposed the answer to the epitaph's riddle, Beato has nothing to gain. No, to the contrary, her own gold might be stolen away. In that case, I'm understanding this less and less. I understand the epitaph murders. It might be revenge against the Ushinomiya family, or else a ceremony to revive her powers as a witch. After all, she's probably doing it because of some reason or a goal of her own. But what's the point of telling us to solve the epitaph? Whether we solve it or not, she has nothing to gain at all. In other words... Yeah, that's his whole thing. He doesn't get it. In other words, the whole issue of whether the epitaph is solved or not is immaterial in Beato's eyes. You're right. Whether the epitaph's riddle is solved or not, this child stands nothing to gain at all. It doesn't matter whether it's solved or not. In other words, could we say that the epitaph's riddle itself is immaterial to Beato? You're right. The epitaph's riddle doesn't have any meaning for this child. Yeah, he does do that. He turns into a corn cob for a couple of years. It may not be possible to argue against your claim. Beato. You also missed a part where he very proudly, with his chest out, when asked if he knows anything, he just goes, "No, I don't know anything." No, he goes, "I remember nothing." And everyone's just staring mad at him because he fucked up so bad, and he's like, "I don't know anything." Beato, why are you making us solve the epitaph's riddle? If we liken the ways you are to the pair of scales, the epitaph murders lie on one plate, and the riddle of the epitaph lies on the other plate. After all, she's saying she'll stop the epitaph murders if the epitaph is solved. Nope. In other words, the epitaph murders and the epitaph riddle are worth the same to Beato. Like two sides on a balanced scale. That means that both the epitaph riddle and the massacring all the relatives are equally significant from Beato's point of view. But Virgili responded with direct truth. Regardless of whether the epitaph is solved or not, Beato has nothing to gain. If she has nothing to gain, then this epitaph's riddle is meaningless and immaterial to Beato. In that case, how much are the epitaph murders, which lie on the other side of the scales and are equal to the epitaph's riddle in value? Worth to her. Think. Don't stop thinking. The epitaph murders and solving the riddle of the epitaph have equal worth. As long as the epitaph murders, which are Beato's goal each time, have this single way that they can be stopped. A way that she decided on herself. Both are worth the same thing to her. X equals Y. And whether the epitaph's riddle is solved or not, Beato has nothing to gain. Y equals 0. So in that case, what is X? Wait a sec. That means the epitaph murders are also meaningless and immaterial. Every time she performs these bizarre serial murders, she's willing to spend an incredible amount of effort to politely send advance notice. And then kill us one by one in accordance with the epitaph, never getting exposed. So all of that is meaningless to her? I spun the chessboard around and searched through Beato's moves over and over. This is always the first place I stumble. The significance of the epitaph murders. Why did she have to commit serial murders in a way that reproduced the witch's epitaph? If she wanted to kill the whole Ushinomiya family for revenge, it'd be much simpler, safer, and more reliable if she just put poison into their dinner. Yeah, and I bet she never did that. Or else went around killing people one by one in the middle of the night while they were sleeping. That one's true. But also these fuckers are always awake in these 2 days. Somebody's always skulking around, making it very, very hard to do the second thing. Bobo. We love Bobo. However, on the first evening, Beato sent us a letter that sounded like an advance notice, and then carried out a 3-part serial murder with large gaps in between. The 6 people of the first twilight the 2 people of the second twilight, and the 5 people of the fourth and later twilights. We aren't fools. Once the first murders occur, we barricade ourselves in somewhere to stave off any further murders. Well, it's white, actually. Actually, it's white. Only the out... It's highlighted in red, but the letters themselves are white. It is a trick. Furthermore, we quickly suspect the culprit among us and start analyzing each other's alibis. As the victims increase, the number of suspects decreases automatically, and Beato's chances of success in the serial murder drop closer and closer to 0. All the Epitaph murders are like she's strangling her own neck, making it hard to succeed in the serial murder she's attempting. All for a useless embellishment. All just for show. It's almost like her ends are becoming her goals. Here we have the confirmation that Madeline is not reading the bios. You need to read the bios, Badler. They say it's just useless flavor text, but here we have that's not true. She's raising the difficulty of completing her own objective. That does follow. She really is a strange child. Did you know? In mystery novels, they call things like these epitaph murders plotline murders. I think you can split the possible motives for plotline murders like this into 3 groups. And what are those? Well, first off, maybe following the epitaph gives rise to misconceptions about evidence and alibis, which might benefit the culprits. Pretending to be dead and mixing yourself in with the victims would fit this pattern, as would committing murders that don't actually follow the epitaph, giving yourself an alibi by getting people to incorrectly guess the order of events. I see. So perhaps she only made it look as though she was killing them in a ceremonial fashion, following the epitaph, when she was actually guiding her thinking in a manner that benefited her. I do find that intriguing. However, in our games, the dead are truly down for the count thanks to the red. While she might have confused people in the world of the game board, she can't confuse us up here like that. In other words, the most obvious possible wall her isn't the real one. In that case, what are the other 2 possible reasons for carrying out bloodline murders? Another one is coincidence. A crime just happens to resemble the epitaph without anyone in particular trying to make it do so, and the witnesses mistakenly think it's a plotline murder. Humans try to find cause and effect in everything they see. If we think we know what something is, then that's how it looks to us. I see. It's kind of like when you decide on the culprit before investigating. And you need to do mental gymnastics to... You need to come up with a narrative for why this person was the culprit and how they did it. That's intriguing too. But would that really work? In this child's games, advance notice of the crime is always given before the murders of the first violence. Also, I believe you've repeatedly found letters and circumstantial evidence that clearly show that the culprit is carrying out epitaph murders. Yeah, that's right. It isn't coincidence. From the very beginning, Bat has been advancing with the goal of making this look like a series of epitaph murders. We weren't mistaken about that. These are clear plotline murders. So this motive, or lack of motive, doesn't work either. In that case, there's only one motive left, right? The last one is because they want to show someone something. More specifically, fear. By following the epitaph, she gives the others clear notice in advance that the murders will continue. The survivors are in constant fear of the murders, which they're certain will continue. In other words, these child performed this epitaph murders to make someone feel the fear of death? Or at least that explained things pretty well. The grotesque mutilation of corpses and dark decorations were all a show to terrify us. To terrify whom? Huh? Well, like I said, us. After hearing that one line Virgilia spoke so casually, my thoughts clouded over once again. Is it really sufficient to use the vague word us? Well, you know, our family. Except Maria, clearly, because it's not working on her. If she's trying to scare Maria specifically, she's failing really bad. She's not even a little bit scared. There are many humans in the Ushinomiya family. There's the head and the one who holds the rank of his successor. Grandfather and Uncle Kraus. There's the relatives who have some pull in the business worlds. On the other side, you have the young cousins who usually visit at most once a year. And the unfortunate servants who just happened to be on duty that day. Even if the culprit hates all of us, there should be clear differences in how much they hate some of us compared to others. So it should be possible to pick out people among us that the culprits especially wanted to terrorize or have revenge against. If we liken this to a kid eating desserts. Eating the strawberry on top of a shortcake, the part that you should eat last. I don't know. I think it varies, right? Some people like the strawberry the least and they just eat it first. No one tells you that you shouldn't eat it first, but our mentality encourages us to save it for later. In that case, the culprit would want to leave the person they hated most until the end. Yeah, like that line by my favorite character in this novel I like. Something about how the worst ways to kill someone is to murder those close to them first. Make them as miserable as possible. And only kill the person then. Which novel is this? Because let me tell you, I just finished reading Frankenstein and this does fit the bill. But he's probably not talking about Frankenstein. Is that not what he likes? Okay. Oh my. That must have been quite a terrifying novel. How frightening. Higurashi. Could it be? Yeah, I finished it. Croax. I had 100 pages left and I just did them all in one sitting today. As a warm-up for this. In that case, you could argue that the people who stay alive until the end are the ones Beato hates the most. However, every single time the order people get killed changes around completely. If we try counting up the people... Hold on, let me reread this, because I wasn't paying attention. You could argue the people who stay alive until the end are the ones people... Yeah, okay. However, every single time the order of people get killed changes around completely. If we try counting up the people who live until the last twilight every single time, even though they do die in the end. Do you have any thoughts on it? I kind of like that Frankenstein is a little woke by accident, by not making a wife for his creature. Madler, come on, man. Come on, man. I don't know, man. It's never the same order of victims. Who is the last person to die? I don't know. It always changes. Me as the final girl of the story hasn't noticed any sort of pattern here. Who is the person who never dies in the beginning? I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, there we go. He did it. He figured it out, my man. I'm the only one. Let me first speak with the red. I mean, that was stupid. He shouldn't have gotten lost, but I think it was a good move not to make that. Battler Kun isn't the culprit. And Battler's gonna go, okay, but what about Battler's son? Or Battler-chan, or any other sort of honorific. Battler Kun didn't kill anyone. This can be said of all games. Then that just makes it even more likely that it's me. What about Black Battler? Oh, you mean Black Butler? I don't know who that is. Probably don't know. I'm kidding. I know what you're what you're talking about. It means the sole reason she's had for ringing about the Ep5 murders was to show them to me. Every time, Beato brags that she'll choose whom to kill next with her roulette. However, I'm the only one she never kills. Though she does kill me in the end, she leaves me be until the very last moment. In all these supposedly random games, there's only this one unchanging constant. She wants revenge against me. So, is she performing the Ep5 murders to make me feel fear? That's wrong. Her goal is not to make someone experience fear, and it isn't to have revenge on someone either. In that case, the Ep5 murders really don't mean anything to her. The Ep5 riddle is meaningless, and the corresponding Ep5 murders are also meaningless. X equals Y equals 0. But even so, she's clearly trying to show these meaningless things to me. What could she want from me that be worth the same to her as something meaningless? I don't get it. The more I think about it, the less I understand what she's thinking. Yeah. I mean, the whole story of Frankenstein and the creature is that they both started off on the wrong foot. And by the time they realized this, it was already too late. Beatrice, fickle witch who committed a meaningless, worthless string of serial murders. Even the Ep5 riddle, that which used the trigger that could suspend the serial murders, is meaningless, immaterial. And yet she's entrusting this meaningless, immaterial thing in front of my face. What is it that you want from me? Or else, what is it that you're giving me? My idea that Battle has clearly been taking revenge on me has already been denied by Virgilius read true. Both X and Y. Both the Ep5 murders and the Ep5 riddles hold no meaning for Beatrice. X equals Y equals 0. However, since she's trusting those things in front of me, it must have some meaning. She showed us the skills representing if you don't solve the epitaph, I'll carry out the epitaph murders. In other words, neither the epitaph murders nor the epitaph riddle have any significance by themselves. However, it becomes meaningful when she puts both halves on the scales and puts them on display before us. No, before me. In other words, it should be like this. X equals 0. Y equals 0. X plus Y is greater than 0. There is a way to get a number from zeros, Battler, and that's not it. Well, not exactly. Because you can't really do 0 divided by 0. That's an invalid number. That's not even infinite. That's like invalid number. A scale with meaningless, weightless things on both sides. But wait, isn't 0 to the power of 0 1? It is, right? Okay, there's one. I think I found the one operation with zeros that gives you another number. It's almost like playing. Like kids playing rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, an extremely familiar method of randomly determining a winner and a loser. You sometimes wager some sort of reward on the outfit. Yeah, he's really struggling on finding an analogy. He's kind of losing the plot here. But kids often do rock, paper, scissors just to play, without betting anything in particular. Unless you bet something, you have nothing to gain or lose except happiness and frustration. In other words, the two sides of the scale, both winning and losing, are immaterial. However, the very act of seeing which way will tip is the reason kids play rock, paper, scissors. After all, the kids are enjoying the communication that surrounds the game, and they aren't purely interested in the value of winning or losing. What? Did you win? They aren't overly concerned about who wins and who loses. That would mean it doesn't matter to that. Okay, so it is undefined. Right. I mean, 2 in a row is really good. I can't even do 1. That would mean it doesn't matter to that to whether the epitaph murders succeed or not. She threw fire rock. It almost feels like she's just enjoying the process. Battler, I'm gonna have to say it for like the 5th time since it's come up in the bios. It's almost like her means became her goals. Episode 3, Battler. Episode 3. You would know this if you had read that in episode 3. In the past, I cursed her, deciding that she... I mean, it's good. Like, if you have a fire rock and you try to beat it with paper, it burns. So that's it, you win. You always win. I cursed her, deciding she was a heartless witch, kept murdering people for no reason. But now, I actually know that she was murdering people for no reason. I can't imagine that's true. Thank you. In that case, I'll give you one more line of prayer. Beato never committed murder for the sake of pleasure. She didn't do it for pleasure, and she didn't do it to make anyone feel fear. Apparently, if you make paper wet, it becomes harder to cut. She doesn't care whether the Ep5 murders succeed or fail. Oh, you're saying Rock is OP because of frame data. Okay, I understand. I wasn't thinking if in fighting game terms. You're right. Yeah, it's true. The paper is the slowest one because it's the one where you have to pull out the most fingers. Since she has nothing to gain, she doesn't care whether the Ep5 murders succeed or fail. It's almost like a random game kids would play. It's not right. It does have meaning. It has meaning for her. And what is this meaning? I don't get it. Even though both sides of the scale are immaterial, the scale itself has some weight to it in her eyes. Of course it isn't meaningless. Some meaning definitely exists. In the previous game, she urged me to remember my sin of 6 years ago. Am I supposed to believe that was meaningless too? No. That definitely isn't the case. I clearly remember the serious gaze Beato had back then. Unfortunately, I didn't have a clue what she meant. Oh, now it's unfortunate. Back then you seemed proud of not knowing. When she saw that, she was horribly dejected. That's right. At that time, I'm sure she even went so far as to say that the crime wouldn't have occurred if I hadn't come. It does have meaning. It means something to her. And it's connected to something she wants from me. I laughed softly and poked Beato lightly on the head, then patted her head. Next time you want to send a love letter, I suggest you just write, I love you. If you make it too roundabout and confusing, no one's gonna be able to figure it out. I still don't have a clue what she's thinking. Even so, I won't stop thinking. I've only just started spinning the chessboard around. I definitely won't give up on this journey in the search of your thoughts, which has been my goal from the very start. I think in a game with enough one of the better strats you can do when the game is at least 3 is to always use the same one. Especially if the same one is not rock. Because, you know, it's one of those, there's no way this person plays the same thing always, every single time. Especially if it's not rock. Tyler did nothing but gaze blankly out the window. Fighting between the relatives went on without ends. Another... Oh my god, I just thought of a really fucked up version of rock, paper, scissors. Where instead of making it like best of 3, it's... We play 5 games and only the 5th one counts. So even if you win the first 4, if you lose the 5th one, it doesn't matter. Mentally strong, and I can tell when you're the... I mean, you are Fire Mountain. That checks out. It sounds diabolical, doesn't it? Like setting up the whole thing just for that 5th game. Every time I see this knob, it fucks me up. I know it's an oval-shaped knob, but it still looks so weird. At first, the relatives had crowded around the study. However, no matter how much they knocked, the master of the study did not answer even once. Eva and the others said they should open the door with the second key, the one Genji held. However, in a flash of brilliance, Natsui said that Kinzo had been in a particularly bad mood and had taken back the key he'd previously given Genji. Which meant that he now had both keys himself. She claimed that this was the reason they couldn't open the door. After she promised to let them meet Kinzo tomorrow morning, no matter what, they finally returned to the dining hall. But of course, the argument continued on over there. Eva's group needed a lot of cash very soon. They were trying to threaten Kraus somehow and make him pay up. Currently, Battler solving the epitaph threatened Kraus' position as a successor, which gave the others a powerful tailwind. On the other side, Kraus and Natsui based their argument on the claim that it had never been specified that ownership of the gold would be handed over to the person who sold the epitaph. Damn. It hadn't been hidden gold, simply Kinzo's stockpile. And it was still Kinzo's property, which meant it would naturally be distributed after Kinzo's death with the rest of the inheritance. Oh, that's fucked up. Oh, that's not the hidden gold. That's simply his stockpile. Everybody knows where it was. It doesn't count as the hidden gold. That's just a completely unrelated thing. Once they made that claim, Eva's group once again started demanding to be allowed to see Kinzo. I'm gonna be honest, if I was Natsuhi or Kraus here, I would just yield. I feel like in this situation, if you yield, it's more likely that they don't find out your scam. It had probably been obvious to them from the beginning. Okay, guys, but what about rock, paper, scissors in video games? Don't you think that's like evil from hell? Mechanic that should never exist? There's no frame data there, and you cannot read the computer's minds. And the computer is not following a pattern. This sibling fight can only be settled by Kinzo. This was obviously a confrontation between Eva's group, which wanted cash fast. I mean, that's only a... I mean, actually, I was gonna defend myself, but then I thought about it. No, you're right. Maybe I do not like Fire Emblem. You're right. But it has nothing to do with that. And Kraus was hiding his lack of funds, but still didn't need money right away. Femblem. Butchblem. Where's Butchblem, guys? As he listened vaguely to his exchange, Badler marveled at how, despite their usual affluent airs, they were surprisingly deep in debt. Didn't you say the same thing a short while ago? Enough. Take a break. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of unfair stuff, like... Basically, only the computer gets to use archers ever because... Only the computer gets to use 50 million enemies in a field, and you only get to use like 10. You cannot afford to put archers in there, because archers are just gonna die immediately. So only the computer has a good weakness for flying enemies, and you don't, and it's evil like that. We're all repeating the same things over and over. According to the clock, it was almost midnight. It certainly was a perfect time for a break. The atmosphere relaxed just a bit. I agree. It'll be good for both sides to take a breather. Hey, why don't we start keeping a record when we start up again? I'm tired of fighting over what wasn't said. Seriously, we really can't do without a record of proceeding. Not when Nissan can so easily deny something he said before the words to stop reverberating off the walls. A mere written record would be a pain, and it'd be an easy target for forgery. Good point. Aniki, wanna fire this up? Abe said it's his. Hey, this way we can keep a record with our water tracked down. Forgery. Fair for both sides. Make sure you don't mess anything up. Those are father's precious music tapes. What do you think he likes to listen to? Classic music, let's not kid ourselves. This guy has never listened to anything newer than the 19th century in his life. He doesn't fucking know what an electric guitar is. The dignified tape set had a sense of weight to it that matched his majestic dining hall perfectly. On pleasant Sunday mornings, it would sometimes be used to play famous tapes or records. However, right now it was the most neutral and impartial conference record keeper around. Riddle fished around randomly, around the cassette rack, searching for a blank tape. Jackson, the latest craze, the sound of the summer. And every time he found some tape with sophisticated music on it, he'd complain about how pompous it was. He would, that's right. Riddle probably liked something like Kiss or Aerosmith. Pardon me. You called? Probably not Kiss. I think Kiss doesn't exist at this point yet. I don't remember. I don't know how old Kiss is. We're taking a break. Sorry, but could you make us something to drink? And maybe some biscuits would be nice too. Certainly. I will see to it right away. Also, sorry. But do you have any cold medicine? I've been feeling a bit feverish. Then don't overstrain yourself. Get some sleep. If you really feel like it, why not get some sleep, Rosa? Of course, I wouldn't step out of such an important conflict because of a simple cold. Why is she so... Oh, you were nice to each other before. Come on. Really? Allow me to take a rest as well. Natsuhi, why don't we take a short rest too? Yes, dear. Sounds like he meant to have a strategy meeting. Luckily, he stood up. Emergency meeting, just like in Among Us. Except in Among Us, the emergency meeting is the opposite of this, right? Everybody gathers, rather than split up. Even if that hadn't been the case, she was so desperate to get out of the room even for a moment that she'd have taken any excuse. Krause and Natsuki left the dining hall. The favorite of dads. And the tension in the room is truly relaxed. I believe it's... You've been doing great, Badler-kun. I imagine you feel just horrible. Think of this as part of growing up and just accept it. Just how long am I gonna have to sit around here doing nothing? Who knows? After all, you're like our own portable shrine. Sleepy. About as much as your average school class. I'm pretty sure Father isn't going to show up tonight anyway. When Krau's niece and the rest come back, I'll propose that we might as well let you go. I'll be counting on you. I do wonder if Kiria sympathizes with Battler here, seeing as she was in a very similar position earlier in her life. I mean, who's to say? She doesn't know the things she knew in episode 4 in this one, so who knows? A light knock and the faint sound of china clinking together could be heard. Oh shit! It's Shannon! Excuse us. And Canon! We brought tea. Shannon and Canon had come by with the serving carts. And it's the serving cart! They're playing all the hits right now. They're trying to win me back. Not that they ever lost me. The pleasant smell of black tea had the effect of relieving a bit of the tension. Hey! Did you hear? Hear about what? Studio Plus, yeah. We haven't heard anything. Stop it, Rudolph. There's no reason to tell them. We are furniture, so we have no interest in matters concerning the family conference. I see. That's a wise answer. You have the midnight shift? That must be rough. That is our job. We would be happy to receive your orders. Makes sense to me. At least that'd be better than sitting around awake doing nothing. When I was still down in the bottom rungs, I once worked as a warehouse keeper. Even if just staying awake, it's pretty tough. Right after war, you had robbers all over the place. Plus, you couldn't rely on the police back then, so it was a pretty dangerous time. What a fucking statement! Holy shit! Oh my god! Hideyoshi was particularly proud of how he'd started with nothing and built up assets by illegally diverting goods from the American army. I mean, you know what? Actually, yeah, you should be proud of that. It's always good to divert goods from the American army. Once the subjects came up, Hideyoshi tended to get pretty talkative. The relatives who knew this were greatly relieved to see that a perfect sacrifice had come up. If he got found out, you were in for it big time. He might be based. Those American people are scary. What? Is that a slur? I'm not even gonna repeat it. I'm scared that it might be a slur. Their strengths in another league because of all that beef they eat. If you got caught, it'd end up with shooting you or death by hanging. Get it? Death by hanging. Oh yeah, and then I figured it out. It's all about the meat. Japanese people gotta eat more meat. And that's when I got the revelation that I needed to start up a business to win over people's stomachs. I see. That must have been quite a difficult task. Stop it, dear. No matter how much you tell people after the war, they'll never understand how we suffered back then. The insane Hideyoshi lore. So which war are we talking about? Oops. Looks like my bad habits jumped out again. Right. Sorry. The World 2-1, I see. So, he didn't participate in it, right? He would have to be like at least 60 years old for that. He probably only lived through the aftermath when he was an adult. You two should have some tea as well. Every now and then, I think it might be helpful for you to use your own tongue to learn more about the tea you're always brewing. American soldier. Right. The whole. Which place was it? There is a specific place where there was like an American base set up, right? I don't remember which place it was. You two should have some tea as well. Every now and then, I think. Huh? I'm screen capping this. Some people might know why. No, we'll be fine. Someone here is very insistent about the tea. There's no need to be concerned for our sakes. Hang on with us for a bit. Being surrounded by adults make me feel like I'm gonna suffocate. Hear that? That's Nerve from Battler-sama, the successor. Sit over there and have some tea with us. And you can talk about recent events, your hobbies, TV shows you're watching, and whatever it is that's popular with the kids these days. There's a lot we can learn. That's a brilliant idea. Come on, you two sit down too. And why don't you become sacrifices for us now that we crave something to talk about? That's right. That's right. I thought it'd be nice to talk to some young kids, but that'll be pretty hard when I'm too old even to go to a cabaret club. Back when they were still called cabaret clubs. I mean, maybe they still call them that, but nowadays they just call them hostess clubs, right? Even though it's the same thing. How long are you planning on standing around here? Rudolph told you to sit. Sit down. I give you permission as well. After giving us permission, Shannon and Canon looked at each other and finally obeyed, nervously. Maybe. For a while, the two were pounded by questions and became the relatives' playthings. Then, a reserved knocking sound could be heard. All of the servants tended to knock in a similar manner, so no one found it strange. Yeah, because, like, it is mentioned earlier that Ginso was the one who participated in the Second World War. And he's one generation behind. Shannon and Cannon turn around with surprised looks on their faces. The servants here today included the two of them, Genji, Kumasawa, and Goda. Goda had the midnight shift at the guest house. Kumasawa had gone to bed in a spare room in the guest house. The two of them were right there, so Genji was the only person left. But they knew very well that Genji wouldn't knock like that. Who is it? It's not locked, so just come in. Earl didn't recognize the knock either. When he asked, who is it? It became apparent that no one knew whose knock it was. After that, the same knock-knock repeated just once more. Could it be there's someone had their hands full and was asking that the door be opened for them? A slightly odd feeling began to encompass the room. The sound of the large clock in the hall could be heard. It was the sign that October 4th had ended, and October 5th had begun. What? But nobody's died yet. Let's step back in time a bit. At this time, Kraus and Natalie were a ways off in a deserted corridor on the second floor. So, we no longer have any other option. Yes. Seimu probably won't last us all day tomorrow. If we hesitate any longer, there's a chance Eba-san and the others will call the police, claiming that we have father locked up somewhere. This is as far as we can go. Adler-kun finding the gold was completely unexpected. If that hadn't happened, I thought of a plan which might have managed to get us through this somehow. It always happens when I bet on something. Something unexpected always happens. And something that should have been an absolute certainty goes wrong. Let's arrange for father's room to be empty starting tomorrow morning. Let's plan it out with Genji and have him say he saw father heading out into the forest early in the morning. I doubt Eva and the others will simply accept such a disappearance. I am fully aware of that. However, we have no other options. If we do such a thing, Eva and the others will doubtless make a fuss that our actions were suspicious. They aren't worried about appearances as long as they can squeeze some money out of us. It might end up in some odd magazine because some serious damage to the company is placed in it. Damage is something we can live with, right? If by any chance father's secret is discovered, we'll face a lot worse than mere damage. There's nothing wrong with persisting until the last possible second too. If we're able to make it through safely, we won't have to lose anything. There's no need to get impatient to use that trump card. He just doesn't want to do anything. Let's be real. He's entered a state of passiveness. He has been paralyzed by fear into inaction. You want to wait until they start clambering about how we've locked father up and then say he's gone missing? That way would invite much more suspicion. Crowds the cardinal loser. No! Let's just put father to rest now. To go any further would be impossible. Calm yourself. Being exposed to Eva and the others, venom too much has made you lose your composure. That's all. Only 2 keys exist that can let anyone into that study. I also like that he's acting like he's the one who came up with this plan, when he did not. This is 100% Natsuhi's plan. The only reason they haven't been caught is because of Natsuhi. He didn't come up with shit. And you have both of them right here. It means no one can go inside. The doors are very special made. No matter what kind of tools they bring out of the storage room, they won't even budge. But the blunt! We need to hold steady. We can't give up. It isn't a physical problem like that. Please, don't be hasty and calm down. In any event, you can pretend to have gotten a fever and stay in bed. In the meantime, I will overcome all of this for you. I can't leave everything to you. I'll fight until the end too. There was like a big unspoken phrase in the middle of those 2 sentences. I can't leave everything to you because you're useless. I'll fight until the end. And just removes the 2 entirely. When Natsuki could no longer hold back the tears brought by her fierce emotions, Krause held her gently. Just how long had it been since the last time she'd felt the warmth of her husband's compassion? I don't know. At least longer than the story's shown me. Your headache must be awful, yes. Okay, never mind. There was that one flashback where they go on a trip overseas. That's the only time. It's always that way when you wrinkle your forehead like that. Dear. She had come to think that her husband could never guess the way she felt. But at times like this, let's wait for the very last moment before using our disappearance trump card. It's like a last resort treasured sword. It's best when it remains in its sheath. The important thing is that you're ready to pull it out at any time, right? I understand that. But you let me handle that trump card. Of course, at the final moment, I will take all of the responsibility. I won't let you and Jessica. What do you mean by that? When the Yoshinomiya family is destroyed, it is enough that I alone am crushed in love. When a typhoon passes, let's make sure we're ready to file for divorce. Okay, I will sign the papers and let you hold on to them. The epic divorce, man? They finally got it? It's real? He's real? I've secretly left some of my assets in your name. If you add on some compensation money, that should be enough for you and Jessica to live on without any hindrances. No! Ushinomiya Natsuhi is the name that should be engraved on my tombstone. Please let me be with you until the last moment. Even if it turns out that you're the last head of the Ushinomiya family, please let Natsuhi be the name of the wife of the final head. Your wife. I kind of like how they already just threw Balor under the bus in this conversation. Like, I mean, it's fucking Balor. What's he gonna do? Krause's existence was... He's a fucking communist. He's not gonna keep up the family name. Krause's existence was founded solely upon the trust and power of his assets as a financial fixer. If either of those weakens, nothing would remain. Yeah, this is like the most legit thing he's ever said in this story. If they use the trump card of Kinso's disappearance, they would lose one of these two essential supports. It was like offering your right arm in exchange for your neck being cut. It was probably better than losing your head, but you still might die from bloodlust. Nice. Which one? Just nothing the whole story gets a divorce. No, he punched the goat in episode 4, okay? He punched the goat in episode 4. And even on the off chance that you did survive, you'd have to bear a heavy wound that wouldn't heal for the rest of your life. Kraus was prepared even for death. Understanding this, Natsuki buried her face in Kraus' chest and cried. I'm telling you, they should have just yielded. They should have just gone, oh yeah, sure, let's let Battler be the new head. You know, Battler probably does not hate his cool Uncle Kraus and his cool Aunt Natsuki. He'll probably, if we do puppy eyes to Battler, he'll probably take pity on us and give us some money so we don't go to jail for debt. But they didn't think any of that because they don't trust Battler. Nobody trusts Battler. My apologies for interrupting. The sudden appearance of Genji's voice made Natsuki jump back and hurriedly wipe the tears from her eyes. They need to have more of the money that Battler would give them. I mean, Battler would have given a good amount. Maybe. We don't know. Kraus stood in front of Natsuki, shielding her. Ah, Genji-san. Please don't sneak up on us. Do you have some business? Yes. My apologies, but I have something to report to Madame. They would die if they didn't get it all. Oh, I see. That bad, huh? To me? Dear. I don't mind. Kraus. They're so hungry for it. Come on, kid, we think good. Kraus left nothing inside, went to a window a short ways off, and gazed at the windy and rainy rose garden. Natsuki went with Genji to a place a short distance away. What is it? Well, the truth is, another phone call has come for you, madam. At that moment, a sudden, eerie sound surprised her. It was the large clock in the hall announcing midnight. You don't mean that man again? Yes. What is to be done? Did he say what business he had with me? I can give you no answer on that matter. He kept insisting that he wanted to speak to you directly. Again, a phone call from the man who claimed to be taking revenge for something that happened 19 years ago. 19 years ago. That was just 1 year before Jessica and Battler were born. And this man claims to be your son. You're omitting that detail. In Natsuki's eyes, the gap between 19 years ago and 18 years ago was immense. For a long time, she had been unable to fulfill her role of creating a successor for the Yoshinomiya family, and had been treated very coldly. Yes, we remember this from episode 1. As a reminder, she was, for a long time, unable to give birth to any children. And that's why the whole George and Eva situation arose in the first place. That's why Eva still has Ushinomiya in the family registry. Because George was the first of the grandsons. But then, she finally gave birth to Jessica and became able to call herself Yoshinomiya's successor's wife with her head held high. Yay! So in her eyes, Ushinomiya Natsuhi began 18 years ago. That's why everything before that, including the events of 19 years ago, contained nothing but hateful memories. And something from the last year of that hateful period is whispering vengeful words from the other end of the phone. I can still hear the roar of the sea. What is to be done? Transfer it to my room. Don't let my husband know. As you wish. From the very beginning, Genji had guessed that she wouldn't want Cross hearing about this phone call. That's why he told Natsuhi covertly. Natsuhi ordered that he transfer the call, told Crow that she would turn in for the night, and left at a quick pace. I'm really sleepy all of a sudden. I'll go to bed. Sprints to your bedroom. She returned to her room and locked the door. There was nothing peculiar about that. In the Yoshinomiya family, hallways are like public roads. There's no special meaning in locking the door when you enter your own room. This is what she told herself. Then, as though it had been waiting for her, the telephone rang. The jump cut to the telephone did startle me a bit. Genji had probably transferred the call. She took a deep breath, readied herself, and picked up the receiver. Hello? Again, it started with silence. She realized that the person at the other end was trying to irritate her and make her feel uncomfortable. And she got angry. Why are you silent? I'm hanging up. Do not hang up, mother. I want to hear your voice a little longer. Again, that unpleasant voice. Are you trying to mock me? Tell me what you want. I want to play with you, mother. What? What are you talking about? I have no desire to play with you. You are tired of the family conference, right? Is that chronic headache of yours getting to be a pain? That's none of your business. Just the fact that he knew her headache was troubling her made a shiver run up her spine. You got headaches because your head is all stiff. If you go straight to bed like that, you cannot expect that. Haven't I told you that's none of your business? I'm hanging up. Natsui forcefully yelled that she was hanging up. But in actuality, she couldn't. After all, being at the receiving end of a phone call was much better than the alternative. If she hung violently, this person might then call someone else. Let us play a game to help you relax. I will not take up much of your time. I have no intention of playing with you. Your name is Natsui, mother. It has the kanji for a season in it. Summer. Pretty nice name. However, just because your name is Natsui, that does not necessarily mean you like summer. Which season do you really like, mother? You think I'll tell you? If you do not, we'll hang up. Is that alright? It was clearly a threat. It meant that if she forced him to hang up the phone, anything might happen. Humiliated that she was forced to give it to a threat made by a man whose name she didn't even know, she gave him the answer he wanted. It's autumn. Why? Because it's an easy season to pass the time in. There's no other reason in particular. Are you satisfied now? Yeah, I'm satisfied. So, it looks like your favorite season really is the same as mine. I like autumn too. Liar! You just made that up! Surely this man wouldn't have done the same thing no matter which season I said I liked. What is he after? What's so fun about making me uncomfortable like this? It's not nice to call someone a liar. I am not making it up. I already knew you liked Mother. There is even proof. Proof? Yeah. Is there a clock in your room, Mother? A clock? Yes, there is. But what is your point? In Natsui's room, there was a beautiful antique clock with an intricate design. Krause had bought it for her as a birthday present long ago. It's midnight with 7 minutes right now. I'm tired, so please get this farce over with quickly. Try lifting the clock up. Why? You really do not know when to shut up. Stop resisting every single time I say so. Just shut up and do what I say. The tone of the man's voice suddenly went low, turning into a threat. It made his displeasure clear. At first, this man seemed to have a calm way of speaking, but on the inside, that wasn't the case at all. If he enraged this man even a little more, he would surely show his true nature right away. Are you really that eager to make me hang up? Things are best when I talk on the phone with you. I could tell your husband and daughter about what happened 19 years ago anytime I want to. I don't know what you're talking about. But please don't get my husband and daughter involved. I'm listening to everything you say. And just do as you're told. Once again, the man threatened her in a low voice, as though warning her not to interrupt again. My head was filled with the pain from my heartache, the sound of my beating heart, and the roar of the sea. Can't disobey him anymore. As the man had ordered, I lifted up the antique clock. There lay what appeared to be a single playing card. Is it the warranty for the clock? Thinking this, she took it and turned it over. Are you wide awake now? Why? Why is this here? Well, it would please me if your headache's gone down a bit. Tell me that you're happy, Mother. How did you... Why? How? I want to hear you say you are happy, murderer. How dare you act like a normal, neat freak mother? You make me want to vomit. Do you want that to land on your husband and daughter as well? You don't. You want me to keep quiet, don't you? Okay, I'll keep quiet. Come on. Aren't you happy? Aren't you? I'm happy! I'm happy! So please, stop! Don't bring my husband and daughter into this. What is it you want? Money? How much? I do not want money. My wounds could not be healed with any amount of money. But there is some medicine. That is right. It is like a kind of ointment. Thick, therapy, and driven. And that is my hatreds, my resentment towards you. Slathering myself with that is the only way to hold back the pain. Nazi had never had anything so hateful said to her in her entire life. She doesn't even know. So she suspected many times that she must be having some sort of bad dream. However, this definitely wasn't a dream. You couldn't possibly be on this island right now, are you? I am. I was thinking of something else actually. I am. Did I not promise you? I said I would be at the family conference. That's impossible! There's no way you could come during this typhoon! That would be no problem if I came before the typhoon reached here. And I'm pretty sure this kid's called Erika, or whatever, arrived even during the typhoon.
This does not look good.
Her blood froze. Although Erika had supposedly been brought here by coincidence. If he knew that name, he would have to be very close by. Where are you? I will not appear in front of anyone until you introduce me. Do not worry. Oh, yes. It is useless to try and search for me. Your mansion is huge, and you have no shortage of phones I could be calling from. Besides, I'm sure you do not want to meet me, right? Or else, you want to expose me and introduce me to everyone? Introduce me to Jessica, too. Tell her I am her older brother by 1 year. Stop it! Stay away from Jessica! I guess I have scared you a bit. That is all for me. For tonight. But do not forget, you cannot disobey me. Understand, mother? Yes. I'm going to hang out for the night. But I have an order that must be followed until tomorrow morning. What is it? You may no longer leave that. You may not make a phone call to anywhere. If a phone call comes for you, you are not allowed to take it. You will turn the lights off right now, get in bed, and sleep. Then you will wake up at your ordinary time. It sure is nice to live a healthy life. I really am such a good son, working so hard for the sake of my mother's body. I understand. I'll go to sleep right now. I won't leave my room, and I won't pick up the phone. So don't involve my husband and my daughter. As long as you follow my orders, I will keep your secrets, mother. Do not disobey me. I am already very close by you. I can easily tell whether you have turned your lights on, or whether you are on the phone. If I wish to, I could even kiss your sleepy face. I'll keep it! I'll keep my promise! So stop it! Just stop it! Stop it! As he screamed, Nazi took the card she had found under the clock and crushed it up into a little ball. It had a pattern on it like a tarot card. And also, the kanji for autumn. step back in time once again. Right now, it is the exact moment that the large clock in the hall announced midnight. Wondering who the person who knocked twice was, the relatives in the dining hall stared at the door. Rudolph told them to come in. There was no answer. Until the end of that long tone marking the arrival of midnight, which had come from the large clock in the hall shortly after the knock. They weren't able to move in the slightest. Maybe their hands are full and they can't open it. Maybe. But it's a bit creepy that they won't say their name. Should I open it? Do so. Canon nodded back and slowly opened the door. What's that? It's one of Father's envelopes? Right behind the open door, on the floor of the hallway, lay the envelope. There's no one in the hallway. Perhaps they placed us here and left. The adults flew out into the corridor as well, but they could find no trace of anyone who might have knocked on the door. Just about an hour ago, Shannon and Canon had come in to serve tea. On the floor, at that time, everyone had seen that nothing lay in that spot. Oh, I see. Someone came, knocked, left an envelope with the mark of the one-wing deal on it, and left. She does kind of do that in the fighting game, though. Could it have been the master? It's not unthinkable. Father is pretty much the only person in this mansion who refused to answer when asked who he was. That's not possible. If that were the case, why wouldn't Father come in here openly? That's right. Father probably just barged in here without knocking. Yes. Doors and windows of this mansion are locked now, right? So in like 3 months. Or maybe 4 months. Maybe even 5. In that case, the only people who could have conceivably left the letter there are Krao-san, Nasi-san, and Genji-san. By this point, the mansion had been completely locked up. Therefore, the cousins in the guest house, Nanjo, Koda, Kumasawa, and Erika could not have come here. Furthermore, since Kraus, Natsuki, and Genji were the only 3 who weren't in this room, one of those 3 had to have been the one who set that letter down in the corridor. So it was very likely that Kraus and the others had placed the letter there, to make it seem like a message from him. I see. I have something written in it that's supposedly in Father's name, so that he won't accept Valor as a successor or something of the sort. We couldn't come here because... Ridiculous. I can't believe you try to pull such a childish trick, Nissan. Yep. Well, I feel like I give a damn about being the successor. Give it up. That's just your fate. Anyway, why don't we read what's inside? Rudolph set the letter on the dining hall table and let everyone see the front and back, to show that there were no tricks or hidden mechanisms, almost like a magician does before performing his act. Can we be sure this envelope is one of Father's? Yeah, no doubt about it. Father liked to use this kind of envelope for handwritten letters. What do you think, Shannon-chan? Yes. To my eyes as well, it looks like the type of envelope that the master uses. That doesn't mean Father was the one who wrote it. It would be pitifully easy for Nissan to snatch one out of these for the drawer in Father's study. Even Kraus-sama would not be able to enter his study easily. It might be hard for him to steal an envelope. Let's try opening it. We can worry about all that later. Feels like there's something in it. I wonder what. I wonder. Rudolph opened the envelope a bit roughly, Then a folded letter, and the glittering object fell out. It was a ring. Huh? Wait a second. Isn't that ring? Evan noticed it immediately and grabbed at it. This is father's ring, isn't it? It's the head's ring. What in the... Seriously? Are you sure it's father's? Could it be a replica? No, this is a real thing. I've always dreamed about wearing this ring on my finger someday. Even though father wore this on his finger, I know more about it than anyone else. This is father's ring, no doubt about it. Why is it here? Does that mean it really was father who wrote this letter? Hang on. Little coughing. The sender isn't father. It's much more interesting than that. Then, what is the letter from? The Yoshinomiya family, yes. It's from the Golden Witch, Batoricha-sama. Riddle showed everyone the part of the letter where that was written. It really did say that. It's from Beatrice? What's it say? I'll read it. Congratulations. I acknowledge that Battler-sama spectacularly solved the Epitaph's riddle and reached the Golden Lands. All of the gold belongs to Battler-sama. Furthermore, Battler-sama is the new head of the Yoshinomiya family. As proof, I send the head ring, which Kinto-sama left in my charge. Battler-sama, I beg that you take the ring, become the new master of the gold, and guide the Yoshinomiya family. I sincerely pray that you flourish as the new head. What the hell? I see. That just won't come out of his study, so Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest, has acknowledged Battler directly. That doesn't exist. It's the 80s. Battler-kun, you take that ring. This is a special ring to be worn by the family head. I don't know who this Beatrice is, but she's watched the whole thing and sent you this ring after acknowledging you as the true successor. Is that okay? Such an important ring. Yeah, it's fine. You should wear it proudly on your finger. Got it. Even if Aniki and nothingness until you take it off, you better not do it. All of the relatives with creepy smiles on their faces urged Battler to put the ring on his finger. It looked like things would get pretty nasty if he refused, so Battler reluctantly decided to put it on the middle finger of his hand. There might be a reason Kinso can't FaceTime. And they might have already stated it in red as well. The ring was heavy and stiff. That moment, Prowse returned. Here. Genji came back as well, shortly behind him. My apologies. It seems my wife is not at her best, so she's gone to bed early. Did something happen? You all seem incredibly flustered. Butler-sama. Isn't that... Immediately, Genji keenly spotted out which Battler had just put on his finger. Your eyesight's pretty good, Genji-san. Looks like you know whose ring this is. What? What are you talking about? Judging by Krause's dubious expression, it seemed unlikely that he was the one who placed the letter there. Furthermore, that expression quickly changed into one of shock. That's right. It's the Yoshinomiya family head ring. The family conference took up this new topic, and the storm came once again. Poor guys. And now we're moving forward. Yes, that's Rule 5. That is correct. But this story does not acknowledge Rule 5. Like, straight up. It doesn't replace it with anything. The Rule 5 is just omitted. The rain was still pouring down as hard as ever. This weather was supposed to continue all day tomorrow as well, but no spoilers, which made me feel a bit depressed. Oh wait, given the time, I should say today, not tomorrow. But that doesn't really matter now. I'm sleepy. With half asleep eyes, I opened my umbrella. The large drops of rain pounded mercilessly against it. Technically, the end of the family conference had been declared at 1 a.m. But external scuffles kept continuing sluggishly. I'm really jealous of Aunt Rosa, who managed to slip out there at the time. She cleverly got away by saying that she'd check on Maria, who might have been staying up too late. That caught me, ruining my chance to escape. And they made me stick around until now, 3 a.m. So, what have they decided on after all this time? Nothing at all. They just kept an argument about who said what, like elementary school kids. I'm sure they're tired too. That's probably why they keep dragging on with the same pointless questions. I no longer felt any shock or anger towards him. I guess drowsiness is the best painkiller. I left him behind and finally returned to the guest house. When I got back to the guest house, the first floor lounge was lit. Like Sluggo. I could even hear people chatting inside. Apparently, some people were still awake even in this late. Despite the late hour, Goda-san and Dr. Nanjo were still up and chatting. Really? Plates and cups were lined up on the counter, and it looked almost like a bar with Goda-san as the bartender. Goda. When they noticed I had returned, they seemed to finally realize how late I was. When Goda-san made to top off Dr. Nanjo's glass, the latter declined with an exaggerated gesture.
That's enough, that's enough. It's already too late to be up. Look how late it's gotten. You were such a good person to chat with, I hardly noticed. If so, it's all thanks to your liquor. We'll have to do this again sometime. Yes, gladly. Paddler-sama, welcome back. Is the discussion with Crossama and the others still continuing?
From the way things were going, it looks like they might plod on until dawn. None of my business. I spoke carelessly with a big yawn. They have quite a lot of stamina. I'm surprised. Oh, so you're here too. With one thing and another, they ended up having a small night party here. And they let me join in. Don't worry, I haven't said a word about it. Erika could be seen on the sofa. She had taken her shoes off and was lounging around as though she owned the place.
Erika-sama is very knowledgeable on a variety of subjects. I enjoyed listening to her immensely. Her knowledge truly is extensive. Very impressive for one so young.
You're very welcome. I, Furudo Erika, know quite a bit about trifles such as this. Erika grabbed the corners of her skirt and posed. This was somewhat less than graceful considering that she was lounging on the sofa with her feet up. This isn't the first time that this story has feet stuff, so it's not uncommon. Where's Aunt Rosa?
She returned at 1 a.m., but she went straight upstairs to sleep.
That's probably true. After taking part in that conference for so long. I feel like flopping down in bed right away myself. He's not creepy. He's a pervert, but he's not creepy. I've had it. I'm tired enough that I might flop over right there. Right here, even.
Well then, let's call it a night. Don't you have to get up early tomorrow morning to make breakfast, Koda-san? Preparations for breakfast have already been made. I would be most pleased if you look forward to it.
In Goda-san's eye, the family conference is an open stage in which to display his culinary skills. May this invigorates him so much that he doesn't even get sleepy. Erika stood up, laughing at how youthful Goda was. This became a sign that it was time to disperse.
I will clean up here. Please, go and sleep, everyone.
Leaving the cleanup to Goda-san, I went to the bathroom and then climbed the stairs to the second floor.
Good night, everyone.
That's right.
These old bones have stayed up a little too late.
Good night, Dr. Nanjo. Good night, Battler-san. Yeah. Good night. Then, in the second floor hallway, we split up. Ooh, another cough. Dr. Nanjo went to his own room. Erika went to her room. And I returned to the cousin room. I couldn't hear any sounds of playing coming from our room. They have fallen asleep already. No surprise at this time of night. If they were still playing, they would have been staying up way too late. When I opened the door quietly, as expected, the room was already pitch black except for a small nightlight. Everyone was already sleeping in their beds. I'm sure they all had a great time and played a ton. Then they probably talk about youthful things and enjoy staying up late. If only I hadn't found the goal, I could have enjoyed my time with them. I'm already tired. So tired. Forgetting even to change my clothes or brush my teeth, I crawl into bed and immediately began to descend into the marshes of sleep. They make a plush for every single character. Technically they didn't make any plushes for any character, because they're all fan-made. You need to get, like, special doll makers commissioned to get your plushes. Today's been so insane. I wonder if that old bastard is still in that family conference now. So there's probably no plush of, like, Rudolph or Hideyoshi or Nanjo or Ronov or a bunch of other characters. I don't think there's a Gap plush. How does he not get tired? Come to think of it. What was it that old bastard said when we parted company?
Tomorrow, there's something important I want to talk about as a family. It's about you.
Oh? Oh. I'm sure it's more stuff about being successor. I don't even want to hear about it. If I tell you about this, I'll probably be killed. I'll kill you whenever you want to, old bastard. This also happened in episode 1. In case you forgot. And then? What was it he said next? It's about your birth. My birth. Probably just something about the noble Ushinomi. He's going hard on that clueless emote right now. He's drinking hard from the clueless juice right now. He has no idea. Not interested. Just let me sleep. What a guy. The sound of crashing waves. The sound of the tide surging. The noise of the sea breeze. Whenever my headache torments me, these are the sounds that fill my head. Oh, this is Natsuki. Unable to bear a successor, I was in a very difficult position with regards to the Yoshimiya family. Whenever I heard of a drug or instance that could make you achieve pregnancy, I tried it. But nothing had any effect. Until I was blessed with Jessica 18 years ago. I was ashamed to even call myself a wife. Children are created by the efforts of two people and the whims of heaven. It's not fair to place all the blame on yourself. I still don't know what caused my inability to become pregnant. I even went to see noted physicians. I underwent humiliating examinations, but I was always told that they didn't understand the reason. Even though some time had passed since your marriage, you still couldn't bear a child. I see. It's only natural that Eva, who secretly aspired to become the successor, would start getting ideas. Eva tried to convince father that I was a failure as the successor's wife. It was a time when Kinso was also very disappointed by my husband's repeated business failures. On the other hand, Eva's husband Hideyoshi's business was growing well, completely the opposite of my husband. He was the only person who could bring father good news. So, perhaps father couldn't be blamed if he decided to lend an ear to Eva's words. Or even accept them completely. It was all my fault, because I couldn't bear a child. You are sinless. Aren't babies of this country carried here by storks? If anyone is to be judged, blame the stork. Thank you. However, even though he was still in good health then, the head was already well past his prime. And it's not hard to imagine that he wanted to see his grandchildren's faces as soon as possible. Who cares? If he wanted a grandchild, he could have just done what he wanted with that appalling amount of money he had. This is Kinso, the man who always bragged about how money could create anything. If he wanted a grandchild, why couldn't he just manage something with that money he was so proud of? Yes, that's right. The head gave up on me when I couldn't bear a child. And did just that. The head gave to many charities, thinking it the duty of anyone in possession of so much money. One among these, an orphanage known as the Fukuin House, had been given especially large donations. Possibly because he had old ties with that place. Ah, the Fukuin House. Furniture came from that place quite often. To provide on-the-job training and preparation for life as a working adult, I had employed Fukuin House children with exceptional grades as servants. All of the servants in the mansion with On in their names, such as Shannon, Ganon, Lunon, Manon, and Leon. come from there. There were quite a lot of them, weren't there? Though most quit after just a few years. That's probably because a few years of wages from working here weren't there more than enough to live on their own. Experience as a servant for the Ushnomiya family would be a wonderful thing to add to their resume. I'm sure it was the head's ambition that they would gain this for themselves and then spring their wings in society. I see. So, an adopted child. Father? What did you just say? Accept this baby as my grandchild's. There. Apparently, the baby that Kumasawa was trying to soothe didn't like the study air at all. It kept on crying, but said, "My apologies, father. What is it you just..." Accept this baby as my grandchild's, and raise it to be the one who succeeds Kraut. In other words, you want me to raise this baby as me as my husband's old child? That's right. It's clear now that you cannot bear children. There must be some sort of defect in your body. Oh, there. Oh, there. As though she couldn't hear our discussion in the slightest, Kumasawa kept on trying to cuddle the baby. This made it cry even louder. What nonsense. If all responsibility of giving birth to children rested with the woman, there'd be no need for men in this world. Never forgotten the bitter pain I felt that day. It's not as though I didn't want a child. However, no matter how much I prayed, I couldn't get pregnant. Thinking that something to do with my body might be the cause, I went to see several famous doctors. But even so, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't become pregnant. And in the end, this is the result. I see. The baby had been picked up by the Fuklin house just recently. Of course, you couldn't help but feel compassion for this child, who was so young but already lost its parents' affection. However, it brought me nothing but pain and sadness. It would have been another story if I had suffered to bear this child. But why should I be forced to hold this baby, who not only shared none of my blood, but who was not related to my husband in the slightest either? I don't hate father. If anything, I hated my own body. I detested it. I truly detested my own body for being unable to bear a child. So I prayed. I prayed to both angels and demons. My wishes were granted by both. For what did you pray to? I prayed for a miracle in my body. If there was something wrong with my body, I could accept that. In that case, I wanted to overcome that defect and somehow be granted the miracle of being given my husband's child. That's not accepting it. That's the opposite of accepting it. That wish was granted. The next year, we gave birth to Jessica. And for what did you pray to demons? I couldn't stand it. I hated my body. No, I hated this baby because it made my feelers so apparent. What did you wish for? For the first time, I prayed and made wishes to demons. I wished that this baby would just disappear. Of course, that wish was also granted by demons. On that day, I left the baby with an older servant and went to think about the future. In the Rose Garden. It's all about bloodlines, Croax. Especially if you're old money. No. That's a lie. I didn't want to think... I mean, look at current rich people. They like to fucking spread their seed all over the place. There's something wrong with their heads. The baby's cries were annoying. So I ordered the servant to take the baby to a place where I couldn't hear. By a place where I couldn't hear, I meant somewhere far away. Yes. I wish for it. I wish for the servant to take the baby far away and never return. I see. So, a passing demon heard your wish, Natsuki-sama. And then, what happened next? After that, there was a bizarre accident that could only have been granted me by a demon. The woodland path from the Rose Garden to the harbor is probably well suited for a comfortable walk. It must surely feel good to occasionally leave the path and walk through a grove of trees, depending on your mood. However, wouldn't that path be fairly hard to travel on when taking a walk with the baby in your arms? There was a cliff on the other side. It was about 10 meters tall, I think. It was rocky below. There was also a fence there. Does it seem at all likely that the servant went to the trouble of walking there holding a baby, and then leaned against the fence? No, I didn't, but I don't want to hear anything about that guy. The only conceivable explanation is that she was lured there by beckoning of a demon. She was lured there, wasn't she? By a demon who heard your wish. And then, the servants and the baby. They died! They fell from the cliff, down to the rocks below. No, they died because I wished it. That means this is... It isn't your fault. There's no need to think about it any further. But it happened because I wished for it. No, that's wrong. Even if you wish for something, when it comes true or not is decided by the whims of gods, demons, and witches. You are sinless. Humans are sinless. You can even say that I killed them. No, I did kill them. I saw your mourning and felt pity, so I lured the servant with the baby to the cliff and got it then down it. Wasn't it just an unfortunate accident? If you can't accept it as an accident, blame it on us. That's why demons exist. That's right. We're here for your sake. It's not like you killed them. We killed them. Oh, you're sinless. So please, don't blame yourself, Natsuhi. Is that true? Am I truly sinless? Yeah, you are. Young one who claims revenge for the events of 19 years ago. If you're going to curse someone, curse me. However, witches have a patent on curses. Let me take on this fight you're trying to pick with Natsuhi. I am the Uchinomiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. If anyone picks a fight with the master I serve, I will fight in my master's stead. Revenge of 19 years ago, you say? I'll show you that such is hardly a blink of an eye for a witch who's lived 1,000 years. So you hate Natsuhi for wishing your death 19 years ago? Let me make you remember just who it was that lured you off that cliff. as the middle-aged female servant cuddled a sobbing baby. He walked on a small path through the trees. Natsuki had told her that the baby was too loud, so she had tried to get as far away from the rose garden as she could. She was completely unaware of why she'd gone out of her way to head in this direction. However, the sobbing baby suddenly stopped crying. Something was reflected in its eyes, but the servant couldn't tell what. However, thinking that the baby had stopped because it had taken an interest in something, she headed in the direction of the baby's gaze. The baby had seen a cloud of gold butterflies disappearing off into the trees. And on the other side of the trees, the servant could see a woman. Oh. She didn't recognize this person, but it didn't look like anyone who was supposed to be here. The baby stopped crying and stared in that direction. Then, the servant's legs started to automatically carry her that way. Come this way, woman. Bring that cursed baby with you. The woman couldn't disobey. She was completely overwhelmed by Beth's gold glowing eyes. She walked lightly as though through a dream world. At some point, the scenery surrounding her had changed. She did not notice. She could not. Though this should have been Rokkenjima, at some point it had become the garden of a mansion she had never seen before. It was a garden she had never set eyes on, even grander than the great rose garden of the Yoshinomiya family. A garden of gold roses. There stood an arbor, and a woman wearing an elegant dress beckoning to her. There was a man who looked like a butler, and the tea he poured with a beautiful gesture had a very nice and enticing smell. It was as though they were telling her to join their tea party. She couldn't disobey. She had to go to the master of this golden rose garden and give this child as an offering. Forgive me, woman. Hurts your bad luck for being entranced by a wit. And, surrounded by these gold roses, which you would never be able to enjoy in this world, please. Gap. Yes, understood. And Gap snapped her fingers. A pitch black hole opened at the woman's feet, and she was swallowed up along with the baby. The scene of the moment that followed must have burned itself into the eyes of the woman and the baby. Gap! The two floated in the air and looked down at the gold rose garden spread out below. Below their feet was not the earth, but a golden rose garden that stretched as far as the eye could see, without any gap. If one could have seen the scene imprinted in their minds as their last memory, that would be such a merciful way to die. Wow, Cross, you basically said Anjay's burn to Gap. Because she does say, keep your jokes to your dress. Then, the woman and the baby were swallowed up by the golden sea. The thunk was remarkably plain, and remarkably quiet for a sound that stole away 2 lives. However, it made for a perfectly suitable show at the tea party of witches. With the woman and the baby at the center, the rose garden was slowly swallowed up by darkness. The sound of the wind grew stronger bit by bit. That TV static? What is that noise? It was the roar of the sea. The two who had fallen into the thicket of golden roses from that great height and died were gradually wrapped up in the roar of the sea, wrapped up in the scenery of the beach below the cliff. In case you forgot, which you probably did because you've only seen it once, I think. This is the background that you see in the cover for episode 5. I guarantee it. You are completely sinless. I'll accept this revenge from 19 years ago. When I spotted the two of them on the rocks below, I went pale. And I dashed back to the mansion and there was a huge uproar. They took them to a hospital in a boat as soon as possible. From that height, it was a miracle that they had even avoided an instant death. Both the servants and the baby died. In less than 3 days from the time Father had entrusted me with the baby. I had killed it. My husband had been on a business trip. Rosa-san, who had still lived on the island at the time, had been traveling with her friends. So, she was traveling, so very likely that the other incident happened before this. But who knows? Father and I were the only ones on Rokenjima. And before anyone except Father and I really knew anything, a baby had appeared out of nowhere, and then disappeared again. That's right. It was a dream. A nightmare. I was sure that Father would blame me. However, he seemed somehow strange. I saw this coming. I knew this would happen. How long will you struggle? How long will it be before you're mine? I have no interest in an empty cage. Throw it away. When Father learned of the accidental death, he kept on laughing and laughing, so there could be no greater pleasure. Enough that just listening to it gave me a creepy feeling. Perhaps something had come loose in his mind. From that day onwards, Father shut himself up inside the world of the occult even more than he ever had before. When my husband came back, he was surprised to see that Father was even more bizarre than he had been before. However, he had already accepted that this would happen sooner or later. Of course, my husband had heard about the baby. However, he told me that it was surely just some whim of Father's and he'd forget it. So I forgot it. It was an unfortunate accident. No, there wasn't an accident at all. I forgot everything, even that the baby had existed in the first place. After all, it was a twisted nightmare that lasted not even 3 days. Right, it was all a nightmare. I don't want to remember. The cliff, the broken fence, the roar of the sea, the cry of the baby. So, this baby is the baby from 19 years ago. It was the beta blockers. No. Of course not. I killed that baby. It no longer exists in this world. However, there is no red truth in the human world. Nothing can be trusted there. Really funny thing to say. Beatrice says a statement, I don't know, but she's probably lying. That's right. Beto definitely killed that baby. However, you might find out that it's alive in the world of humans. Whether it's really alive or not, right? Do you mean to say that it actually survived? That's right. You can't trust anything. After falling to the rocks from that height? You can't trust everything, but at the same time, everything is a clue. I don't know. But calm down. No matter how much this person hates you, it was an accident. And that's the truth. If he does hate you, his hatred is completely unjustified. But... But... No, that's true. I'm an orange dog. See? Even if I didn't lay a finger on him, inside my heart I... Calm down. No matter who the man from 19 years ago hates or what he yells at you, there's no way the sin he's after actually occurred. So calm down. Why don't I welcome the man from 19 years ago as my guest? Just when the riddle was solved and I thought my job was finished, I've got to entertain this final guest of mine. This begins to grow more interesting. Not only are you protecting Lord Goldsmith's secrets, but you also have a 19th guest, as well as a man from 19 years ago. True, since we claim that Kinso is alive, Erika is the 19th person. And besides that 19th person, we also have a man from 19 years ago? How interesting. I'm getting all fired up. We have no lack of opponents, and I was just lamenting the fact that I had but one guest at my tea party. Come, you fools. Puro Erika is Lady Berncastell's piece. In that case, whose piece is the man from 19 years ago? The voice faintly seeping from the other end of the line was Natsuhi's. I understand. I'll go to sleep right now. I won't leave my room, and I won't pick up the phone. So don't involve my husband and daughter. Even this begging scream, which would shake the heart of any listener, could be listened to with a cold ruthlessness through the end of the receiver. As long as you follow my orders, I will keep your secrets, Mother. Do not disobey me. I am already very close to you. I can easily tell whether you have turned your lights off, or whether you're on the phone. If I wish to, I could even kiss your sleeping face. I'll keep it! I'll keep my promise! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! The receiver was slammed down. He knew very well that the way you hang up a phone can leave a nasty aftertaste for the other side. Okay. Good night, Mother. And there you have it. Now Natsuhi won't come out of her room tonight. That's pretty handy. You can change your voice. Anyone can change your voice. A sweet voice when coaxing Papa. A sick-sounding voice when taking the day off at school. An apologetic voice when turning down a friend that you actually hate. If I want, I can do any kind of voice at all. Got it. Well, good night, Croats. I hope you rest well, and nobody's forcing you to go to sleep. No mysterious phone call suddenly came and told you you need to go to sleep, Croax. You just stop being a witch and become a voice actress. So, are all the pieces set up in both sides now? Puruloid? What a wonderful piece. She's a much more suitable piece for you than the Anji was, Brain. Your praise honors me, Lady Lambda Delta. The pleasure is mine. She really is wonderful. Really cute. I'd like to Make her surrender to the illusion of the witch and see her face twist in humiliation. Hear that? Don't embarrass me, okay? Prove yourself to be a much more useful piece than Anjay was. Yes, leave it to me. Lady Berncastel, my master. I'm nothing like that gloomy, dull-witted, totally uncute piece. She's right. That Anjay didn't do anything useful except get turned into meat chunks to Ep5 on. And absolutely no interest in family love or sibling love. The game we want to see is more gruesome and sticky. A grotesque, pop, and cute murder case. If Natsuki is the king, and I wonder if that makes Battle the king. The pack of witches and furniture regarding Natsuki's less like a set of chess pieces and more like bowling pins, right? Natsuki in battle. Gains when the illusions of the worthless furniture. Entertain us a bit, will ya? Especially you, Battle. We've already bored of you. This Legend of the Witch Murders game is yours is over already. Your time is over and done with. This game board already belongs to Bern and me. It'll suit you to be reduced to one of our pieces and toyed with for all eternity. Both Natsuki and Battle are like the guts of a filthy truth wrapped up in a bit of thin skin. Turned that to bits and dragging the inside out is one of my... No. One of our few pleasures. Yep. You can have tons of fun with it. Hey, are you watching, Beatrice? Look at how much fun can be had playing with your game board. Let me show you. This fifth game's really gonna be fun. It's a bit sad if we're the only ones having a pleasant. Why don't you let Battle talk too? Hear that? I'll give you special permission to talk. What do you hope to gain from this latest game? She said nothing! That's right, that's right. You're the loser who surrendered to Battler. Leave it to me, okay? I'll put the witch side on top right away. That means I'll have to sacrifice your piece. The epitaph has been easily solved before the first twilight, and Beatrice, the keeper of the gold, has lost face. Isn't it great that you remain as a piece? As part of Natsuki's solution. Well, we're treating you as a pin now instead of a piece, okay? The Golden Witch Beatrice is out of the picture now. You and your furniture have only minuscule role in my game. A loser's role. Resign yourself to getting blasted away and becoming a Burns and my toy. If you don't like that, why not just tell us to stop? If you do, we'll stop. She's saying she doesn't mind. You're totally a pin. There's no need for a golden witch anymore. All that's needed is a sacrificial doll, so the two witches can enjoy some time playing. Die. Die. Disappear. Confess your filthy past and your crimes. Speak out your sob story of regret and repentance as you throw yourself off a cliff and die. The Golden Witch will never again have returned. Battle. This will probably turn out to be a nasty game. On the surface, it looks very similar to the usual tales. However, there's no respect given to the true main character of this story. This tale was supposed to be the one that the Golden Witch Beatrice invited Ushiomi Battler to see. However, the host has been lost. There are no longer any guests. The one who did the inviting and the one who was invited are no longer around in this horrible tale. Welcome to the 5th game. End of the Golden Witch. Welcome to the banquet without the guest of honor. Hijacked by the evil witches. Ready, battler? The second day is finally about to start. Just like battle, I hate slow story progression. Just do what you want. No matter how much you mess things up, I'll definitely reach the truth of this game. It has to be that way. You forgot to fight for your little sister's sake as well. For your little sister's sake. Don't worry. Lady Lambda Delta is a far more terrifying opponent than that fool Patorice. But I'll be giving you plenty of support, so there won't be any problems. Together with me, why don't you finally expose the illusion of the witch this time? I don't give a damn about you. I won't acknowledge anything that didn't exist in Battles games, so I don't need you. Is now really the time to act tough? Oh well, let's go figure it all out, okay? Together, let's tear this illusion of the witch apart. Erika offered me her hand to shake. Instead of just passively ignoring this, I gave her a proactive and clear answer by knocking her hand aside. Looks like she hates shaking hands. Just like Anji. Don't worry. I'm a far more useful piece than Anji. I'm nothing at all like shredded meat that couldn't do anything but restore your fighting spirits. Isn't it great that you've been blessed with such a helpful-looking ally? In the past, it was Virgilia and Renault. Then Ante came as well. And now you have Bern and Erika. There are so many pieces supporting you. So how does it feel knowing that you still can't catch on to the truth despite that? How does it feel? It doesn't matter. This battle is between me and Battle. Everyone else besides us doesn't matter. Oh, is that true? Are you finally standing on your own? You always had someone helping you. Someone sympathetic to you. So I wonder just how far you'll get on your own. Entertain me. I'll grab it and take it back. This is our game. You two aren't wanted here. Yes, that's true. This is our game. So try taking it. Let's see how far someone like you, who couldn't even win Battle's games when she went easy on you all over the place, can get in Lambda's completely ruthless game without any. Well then, wake up, Ushinomiya Battler. Welcome to the morning of October 5th. Here we go. We're very close, if not at the point where Battler first arrived in the game. So we're very close to Battler's turn at long last. Was it someone's alarm clock? Beep. An electronic tone repeatedly rang out through the room. Battler, who had gone to bed late and not managed to get enough sleep, covered his head in his blanket and waited for someone to turn off the alarm. No matter how much time passed, the electronic tone didn't stop. Oh, you remember exactly when. I have a... I mean, I know a scene where Battler is already playing. But I don't know how long in the future that scene is going to happen. Anyways, let me take a quick break. I want to keep going for probably another hour. So I'm gonna say about the length of this chapter. Famous last words, this chapter is actually 3 hours long. Wouldn't be the first time it happens to me. Right, right, right. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, I was in dog mode. Hello, I'm back. I appear to have misplaced the Linda song. That's why you couldn't hear it in the BRB screen. I'll have to get it ready properly for next time. Which actually might be soon, because there is a very good chance that next week I do the 499 follower special, because it is very bothersome to wait for 500. And my schedule actually would be works out if I just do it right now instead of waiting for the 500. So we can just call it the 499 follower special. I probably will do the same thing I did with Out of Time. Probably not the PNG stuff. I'm not sure about that one, but I probably won't do another one sitting stream, because that one was in 2 sittings and it actually worked very well for me. I wasn't feeling like death by the end, and everyone had a good time. So I feel like 2 sittings, perhaps even 3, was pretty good for that. We'll see, depending on what I end up doing. Well, anyways, let's keep going. Battler, who had gone to bed late and not managed to get enough sleep, covered his head in his blanket and waited for someone to turn off the alarm. But no matter how much time passed, the electronic tone didn't stop. I see. The point of an alarm clock isn't just to be loud enough to wake you, but to be annoying enough to keep you from wanting to fall back asleep. Yes. For a while I had an alarm clock that was easily the most effective alarm I've ever had in my life. It was just the sound of a rooster. Not only did it wake you up, it woke you up in a very startled kind of way. You were all shaking up when you woke up with that. So that alarm taught me to always wake up before my alarm so I could turn it off before it went off. Hey, the alarm's going off. Make it stop, please. Why do waking up boys always get this annoyed? Well, it does make sense. After all, people are still sleepy and in a bad mood. However, there was absolutely no sign that my annoyed boys had caused anyone to turn over in their sleep, or crawl out of bed to stop the alarm. Letting out a deep sigh, I stumbled to my feet. With the shutters down on the windows, there was almost no light getting in, and the room was as dim as it had been earlier. Though, even without shutters, there was no way this dull weather would let in enough sun to make this a pleasant morning. The cousins were still wrapped up in their beds, sound asleep and taking no notice whatsoever of that beeping. Normally, once any one person gets up, the others tend to automatically follow. Annoyed that this law of serial summer camp awakenings that I'd made up had been broken, I searched for the source of the sound. I could hear it coming from a wristwatch set on a table. Judging by the style of the watch, it was probably George Janicki's. Anyway, when I randomly pushed a small button on the side of it, the sound stopped. Yeah, George would have a... Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that George has a digital watch. Because he seems like the kind of guy that would have like an expensive wristwatch. Maybe that's later on in his life. Apparently it had been set for 7 in the morning. Is it really 7? Sorry, but I really don't feel like I slept at all. Anything below 6 hours feels like you didn't sleep. I can tell you this from experience. 6 hours is like the bare minimum for you to feel like a human being. Playing cards were left on the table as though they had stopped mid-game. The game had probably been sevens. Perhaps there was even a 6 in there. Damn it. Got this piercing headache. What the hell happened last night? The mountain of gold and the subsequent argument between the relatives. There you go. 6 hours playing 7. Yes. I'll feel like a bad dream. Breakfast normally came at 8. Now wasn't a bad time to start getting up and getting dressed. Even those of those probably won't argue in front of the cousins. In that case, I'll stay with my cousins all day long. I'm sure they'll be able to separate me from all this annoying talk about the Golden Bean's successor and all. In fact, I could have done this from the beginning. I felt disgusting having slept with my clothes on last night, which caused me to get all sweaty. Were you even using an umbrella when you were outside getting the golds? I guess I'll take a shower. Ooh. I'm sure the others want to as well. At this age, it's embarrassing to wake them by shaking their shoulders. If I turn the TV on, everyone will probably wake up. Well, let's at least turn the lights on for now. This dim light, with the quiet sound of the never-ending wind and rain, it really doesn't feel like morning has come yet. I flipped the light switch. And then, that dimly lit morning ended. Yes! I had a feeling. I was like, okay, they're really gassing up this morning wake up scene. I forgot about that because I don't remember who the victims are, even though I saw it like 2 weeks ago. But goddamn. George! This is just too horrible. How could anyone get away with something like this? As they clung to Aniki's corpse, which would never wake up again, Anteba and Uncle Hideyoshi cried. Sadly, Uncle Hideyoshi does not have a crying sprite.
That's enough. Do you think George-kun would like the two of you to see him this way?
Probably. Of course not. Oh, okay.
Haneki.
I know how you feel. Let's have Dr. Nanjo handle this. You don't understand. George was killed. George! George! Oh! Dr. Nanjo's right. You mustn't keep staring at George in such a state. It is for George's sake. We have to restrain ourselves for now. When Anteba tried even harder to cling to that corpse. Dad and Uncle Hideyoshi dragged her away and had a heated debate with her beside the wall. No! No! George! Dr. Nanjo, help him! He lost too much blood. Do a blood transfusion. George and I are the same blood type. I beg you, Dr. Nanjo! Iwa-san, it pains me to say this, but your blood can't do George-kun any good now. Dr. Nanjo shook his head slightly, then nodded across to where I stood, giving me a signal. I softly pulled the blanket up, covering George Aniki's corpse. His neck was split wide open. It was probably larger and deeper than his mouth. Would covering that part up make the corpse look neat and clean? Of course not. A large amount of lost blood stained the bed a horrible red and black. And even covering him with the blanket couldn't hide the traces. After all, even the blanket had a large red-black stains. And covering him with it made his corpse look even more gruesome. So I stripped the blanket off of my bed and placed it on top of the first one. There were only 2 extra blankets. So if we covered one more of the corpses, we wouldn't be able to cover anymore. I feel bad about the ones we can't cover. But for some reason, times like these make me feel like muttering. Don't complain about it being unfair inside my head. Idiot. Put blankets all over them. Wouldn't want them to catch colds. Sure. Gideon and I started covering the other corpses up to their heads and with their blankets. Just like George Aniki's. So that they wouldn't have to undergo any more shame with their terrible wounds exposed like this. In one bed rested Jessica. Jessica was exactly the same as George Aniki, though she appeared to be resting quietly in the bed. Her neck had been sliced deep and the wound lay open in a brutal way. Maria was the same, and not only Maria, there was one more victim. Lying on the same bed as though they'd been sleeping alongside each other was Aunt Rosa. Why did you make that noise? That's not the usual discovering a corpse noise. Maybe this is a new discovering a corpse noise for episode 5, for the answer arcs. It didn't do like the dripping sounds, it went ding, like when you introduce a new character. This is probably the same dialogue, right? It's unknown, but her neck was sliced open and shot. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily... Yeah, it's the same. I remember this. And there was only like one odd death in all of these. But I don't remember who else died. I guess I'll find out later. In this room were 4 humans who had been killed, their necks sliced open. They'd probably been like that since last night. I had returned without noticing anything, gotten in bed and fallen asleep. Oh yeah, I guess so. He didn't really check if they were alive last night. So, at minimum, it would have been... They would have been alive at least until 1 a.m. because that's when Rosa returned. All of them had a horizontal cut across their throats. I had been forced to see all the way into the depths of those gashes in everyone's throats. At worst, the wounds might have been deep enough to stretch halfway through their necks. If you tried to open it up, you'd probably be able to see that the gash reached all the way to the bone. The only ones were the single gashes on each neck. So if you just covered their necks with your hands... Oh, they're dead. You probably remembered who died in the Twilights, right? Because I didn't. I completely forgot. So you just covered their necks with your hands. You might be able to persuade yourself that they were merely sleeping. You remember shit. Just like Battler. No, I don't remember anything. But even so, this finally deep wound was incredibly gruesome. There's no such thing as clean or dirty ways of killing. All methods of killing are equally brutal. But even so, the brutality here is just horrible. And there was one more thing that adorned these brutal murders, making them even more unsettling. Drawn very large on the wall was something like an eerie magic circle. It was drawn in a bright red paint that looked like blood. It made it look as though some creepy ceremony had taken place in this room, with the 4 of them offered as human sacrifices. However, that wasn't what we were concerned about. No one has a heart so cold that they could witness the deaths of those close to them, and still worry about some scribbles on the wall. Good morning, everyone. Oh, what a wonderful magic circle. The girl who bragged that she drew more pleasure from the process of exposing the truth than the truth itself, and who went so far as to call herself an intellectual rape, appeared in the hall. Hey, Rika, what's up? When she saw the extraordinary creepy magic circle in this gruesome room. I heard what was unmistakably a sigh of admiration escape her lip. Don't come in here. I just heard about it in the corridor. It's 4 people who passed away, correct? Allow me to express my sincere regret. On Erika's face. No, that's not it. It was in her eyes. In Erika's eyes, I could see. And the discreet smile was hard to describe. She found this interesting. She found the outcome of a crime interesting. It was like the smile of a kid off to the side of the stage just before her turn to appear in a school play. Sorry, Erika-chan. We're busy at the moment. Will you wait in your room? Well, we can't have that. It's the detective's right to investigate the scene. We're saying that we have no business with you. Now's the time for outsiders like you to stand back. In my personal opinion, only third-rate mysteries have a suspect who tries to interfere with the investigation, and then turns out to be the fool. Who gives a damn about what you want? Get out! You aren't wanted here. Erika-chan, I'm really sorry, but could you go back to your room? We're busy right now. George! George! Stand back. I can't investigate the scene like this. If it's necessary, we'll do it ourselves. The police will do it. Like hell you have the right to bring more shame to everyone's remains than they've already endured. Detective's authority. The detective has the right to inspect all crime scenes. Stand back, Oshiromiya Battler. This is an official privilege of this game, which the human side has accepted. Those words, which seemed to be utterly ridiculous at first, were words of power that had come from a world on a much higher plane than the one they were in. Battler was thrown back by an unseen power and landed on his butt. Struck silent by this quiet intensity, nobody was able to prevent Erika from entering the room, suffocated by that bizarre atmosphere. Don't worry. My goal is not to profane the dignity of the deceased. It's not like I want to peek into someone as disgusting as a slit through someone's neck. I want to know something completely different. In other words, who committed these murders? I asked Dr. Nanjo, and everyone else too. In particular, the first one to discover them, Battler-san. There are many things I want to question you about, so I request your cooperation. Like I said, by what authority are you doing this? Because I am the detective. Battler couldn't argue against this incomprehensible nonsense. No, he wasn't permitted to argue. It was a restriction placed on pieces. Erika summoned Dr. Nanjo and heard the details of his preliminary examination of the corpses. Normally, he wouldn't have spoken of that to an outsider so casually. However, for some reason, the atmosphere about that place had become one in which hiding things from Erika was forbidden. Okay, let's enjoy this first twilight of Lambdas. 4 corpses. That's 2 corpses short. Well, she doesn't necessarily need to have 6 people killed. But that's how we've been playing. That girl isn't completely clueless, so she must have killed 2 more people somewhere. On the wall was a magic circle representing the first twilights, similar to the ones in Beato's games. That girl talks tough. But I wonder just how closely she'll be able to imitate that. That Hebrew sure is crappy. It isn't written exactly. What the heck? What's going on? Why is there a magic circle? I'll bet they wanted a copy, Batorichi-sama. What a crappy magic circle. This isn't just a copycat. Some human went out of their way to draw that. So it could make it look like Batorichi-sama did this. Anyway, let's report to Batorichi-sama about this. Even though we're already up to our eyeballs just protecting Goldsmith's secret. What a pain. But these murders have no beauty to them at all. It isn't really a closed room and there's nothing impossible about it. Such pitiful murders aren't worthy of Batorichi-sama at all. Furudo Erika. An unexpected crime and an unexpected woman. And the unexpected man from 19 years ago. And if you add in the fact that Battler's already solved the epitaph, this game is completely different from normal. What the heck's going on? Let's go. Yes, One-sama. In the kitchen, Goda was preparing a wonderful breakfast at Rick's face. Let's go! Let's go, Goda! The main dish would be herb omelets. Every simple food could become an invigorating feast using Goda's skillful hands. He would pre-cook everything beforehand and prepare the food in the dining hall right before everyone's eyes. Bum 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 bum. Goda hummed as he continues his work in high spirits. When Shannon was helping out Goda like this, her mood also brightened. He arranged the salad in a neat little pattern and showed it to Goda. How's this? It makes the tomato look a bit cute.
Very nice. You really know what you're doing, Shannon-san.
The two happy people gave each other a high five. Whoa! Let's go! Shannon didn't like Goda when he was sneaky, but he had no problems at all with him when he was cooking happily. She sometimes even thought it'd be nice if his contract hadn't included any jobs besides cooking. If that had been the case, he wouldn't have had to get in a bad mood doing unnecessary jobs.
The dining hall is ready. You can carry it whenever you want. We're almost good to go, so please get the serving cart ready.
Without thinking, even Kumasawa caught Goda's high spirits. The kitchen had a very nice smell and atmosphere about it. Truly refreshing for so early in the morning. Then, Ganon came back. Grumpy even this early in the morning, just like he always was. Ganon and Genji were in charge of getting many things ready for the morning, such as opening the curtains. However, Ganon was alone today, so it had taken much longer than usual. I'm done. Where's Genji-san? He still isn't here. That's odd. I can't imagine he'd sleep in. I guess even Genji-san sleeps in sometimes.
That's rather careless of him, considering this is the middle of the family conference. Ganon-san, could you wake him up for us?
Yes.
I wonder what Genji-san's face looks like when he's half asleep. Let me go with you.
Even though Goda had asked her to get the serving cart ready, Tomasawa plodded off after Ganon, slightly skipping work. As Ganon muttered about how Goda was the one who slept in all the time, he headed for the servant waiting room. So, you didn't wake him up this morning, Ganon-san? Last night, I fell asleep while still in the servant room, though I didn't return to the waiting room. Last night, Ganon had dozed off while in the middle of his late night shift, falling asleep in the servant room. Ganon had been kind enough to put a blanket on him. But that had just made it so warm that he fell into an even deeper sleep. So he hadn't returned to his bed in the servant waiting room this previous night. Because of that, he hadn't met Genji even once this morning. There was a knock on the door. Genji-sama, it's coming. Good morning. Oh my, I wonder if he's still sleeping. Pardon me. When he tried to open the door, Anon noticed something strange on the upper part of it. What's that? Packing tape? A small strip of packing tape was stuck along the frame of the door. Almost as though it was sealing the door shut. Furthermore, there were notches made with scissors along the center of the packet, so that if you open the door only a slight amount, it would be torn apart. Also, written sloppily across the packing tape with a thin pen was what appeared to be someone's signature. It was written in a very intricate and decorative manner. So even if it was a signature, there was no way of telling whose it was. It's probably some sort of prank. I don't get it. But it's no use worrying about it now. Genji-sama, pardon me. Look at how locked my room is, Batman. The packing tape tore apart, and he opened the door. It wasn't as though anything happened when it split, so the two quickly forgot about that strange tape. The room was dimly lit. The lower bed of the two-level bunk bed still had a lump under the blanket. Apparently, Genji was still sleeping. Good morning, Genji-sama. This isn't like you. It's morning. Genji-sama. What is that? What is this? There was a large red-black stain on the blankets. Even the servants' blankets were always kept clean. Stain like that definitely shouldn't have been there. Ganon hesitantly peeled back Genji's blankets, saw what was left of him, and was shocked into silence. So who's the last one? It has to be Kraus, right? I already forget. But it has to be Kraus. We've seen everybody else. What the heck? It's been cut open. It's thin. You wouldn't be able to leave a cut this deep without a fairly long blade. What's going on? Rather solved the riddle of the epitaph, right? Why are these murders happening? I don't know. In any event, this isn't good. We should report this to Torichi-sama and Natsuki-sama. Maybe Battler signed it? Maybe. Belfa, hurry and report to Luzine. Understood. After lashing out, Kumasawa called Goda and shouted over. Then this new pair let out screams identical to the first two. No! Don't stop making breakfast, Goda! Is now really the time to be saying that? There's no chance they'll have a quiet and peaceful breakfast on the second day. I have a bad feeling about this. Genji might not be the only one. Let's check the entire mansion. Something else might have happened. Yes, One-sama. British! Natsuki sprang away at the sudden sound of the phone. Even Natsuki was surprised that she'd woken up. This way you're never gonna forget who Beelzebub is of the Seven Sisters. She thought she spent the whole night unable to sleep out of fear that the mysterious man might come in at any moment. But she dozed off before she knew it. Of course, Nasui still didn't feel rested at all. She did not sleep for 3. If she had slept for 3, she would be well rested, though she groaned from the dull pain in her head, which hadn't gone away once since last night. She managed to get out of bed. Morning, Nasuhi-sama. Morning. And what a horrible morning it is. Don't worry. No one tried to enter this room. I see. Thanks for keeping watch all night. Even so, that didn't mean she'd be able to sleep peacefully. The continued ringing of the phone made her headache throb even more strongly. I think you should probably answer the phone. And then, I got some bad news to report from my sisters. Let's sleep the bad news for later. I'll answer the phone first. Nasui shook her head to wake herself and picked up the receiver. Then, she regretted not listening to Lucifer's bad news first. Because she wanted the first thing she heard on this horrible morning to be something better than this. Morning, Mother. Did you sleep well? That voice told me that this horrible nightmare, would not stop. Well, this confirms it. If this guy is real and not completely made up, he's not one of the original 6 victims, because he's still here. I kept my promise. I've been holed up in this room the whole time. Of course, I haven't been on the phone either. But you did pick up the phone just now, did you not? Well, Just kidding. This is just a morning call I'm giving my beloved mother. Morning, Mother. How far do you intend to mock me? Nasui gripped the receiver so hard it hurt. I wanted to leave your seat so that I could set up for the party. Thanks to that, everything is ready now. Of course, you are the main guest. What are you planning to do? That is for you to look forward to. Do not worry. I will not keep you waiting. It has already begun. Oh, right. Wait a second. There's someone I want you to hear. Huh? There was the sound of the receiver being jolted around. The phone was apparently being passed to someone else, but there was a clunking, clattering noise, as though it was taking a lot of effort to hand the receiver over. Who in the world could he be giving the phone to? No matter who, this man gives the phone to. That can't be good news for me. Ugh! Untie me, coward. Dear, is that you? Oh! Untie me. Untie it! It was, without a doubt, the voice of her husband. However, he didn't respond to Natsuhi's voice. Perhaps he was bound somewhere in the darkness. Prowse, not realizing that Natsuhi was on the other end of the phone, repeatedly demanded that he be untied. Your husband is here. His eyes and ears are covered, so you won't be able to talk. But I think you can tell that he is in perfect health. What are you after? Let my husband go. I will let him go tomorrow. If you keep 2 promises, that is. What are they? One is that you keep it a secret that I have your husband in my care. There will probably be a fuss when they are unable to find Kraus anywhere in the mansion. But you know nothing, so you will say nothing. Understand? I understand. What's your other condition? Oh, just a little game. At 1 p.m. today. I assume it's 1 p.m. It might be 1 a.m. You will go into the foremost guest room on the first floor of the mansion and hide in the closets. Foremost guest room in the first floor of the mansion. Okay. Got it. A guest room? Why should I go into a closet? Just a little hide and seek. If you can hide there for an hour without anyone finding you, you win. If someone does find you, you lose. And if I lose, what happens? Nothing in particular. Is that not what playing is all about? If you play along with this hide and seek, I will release your husband too. Will you really keep that promise, I wonder? Of course. Make sure you do too, Mother. If you break our promise, I will know right away. At the time, there was suddenly a loud knock on the door to Natsuki's room. Her heart leapt automatically. This is... Canon, probably? Madam, are you there? Good morning. Oh, it's Goda and Canon. Goda and Canon. Madam, please wake up. The voice is coming from across the door where Canon's and Goda's. The knock had been wild and the voice a little shrill. It seemed that something strange had happened and that they were all agitated. What is it? Did something happen? Oh, this is the son. What is it? Did something happen? It's nothing. It looks like the servants have arrived. I'm hanging up. Sure. I have said everything I wanted to. So, do not break our promise. I understand. And you don't break our promise either. You have it wrong. That is for you to decide, Mother. Do not make me break my promise, Mother. I will be watching you all day, Mother. Oh. Lambda Delta slammed the receiver down on the antique phone. Then the phone exploded into bits and became a golden splash. Then a cloud of gold butterflies. And then disappeared. Dance for me, Natsuki. Dance in fear of your sin 19 years ago. My turn's going pretty well. Okay, your turn now, Burn. I'm sure this is a waste of time, but let me confirm whether correspondence with the outside world, including reporting this to the police, is possible or not. It's impossible to make use of the external line. Looks like you can use the internal line. It's impossible to use a boat inside the Typhoon. I guess the closed circle is complete now. Congrats! You're a full detective now, Brain. And the police intervene. They sometimes steal some of the detective's authority. However, with the construction of the closed circle, the existence of police had been denied for all eternity. From now on, the authority of the detective piece will be totally guaranteed. Yeah. Thanks a bunch. Then I guess it's time to get this game started. Erika, you're the main character. Now, begin. Even Genji-san? 5 people have been killed? Yes. It was so horrible. It was exactly the same as before in the guest house. The neck was sliced open with a terrible sharp blade. To think that even though I had the midnight shift, I didn't notice anyone suspicious. Don't blame yourself. If you'd bump into the culprit, you might be the one dead right now. On top of that, the phones aren't even connected. I doubt any bolts will come in this fighter. This is serious. And that makes it very likely the culprit's still nearby. Then what?
Does that mean we'll be trapped here with the murderer until this typhoon passes and the boat comes? It'll be okay. If we all stay together like this, even the culprit won't be able to lay a finger on us. Even Jessica. I can't believe it. We won't let ourselves be killed. I'll avenge George. Won't let them get away. No matter who the culprit is or what their reason was. I won't let the one who killed George get away. I'll kill them. I'll kill them. Okay, everyone. Are you done crying yet? Silence, please. Has everyone seen Cross-san yet? We've been calling him for a while, but he hasn't answered. Would the receiver be off the hook? No. We could hear it ringing. There's no way he didn't hear it. Man, imagine that scene with Natsuki and it's like... Oh man, what could possibly be worse? Oh, by the way, Natsuki, your daughter's dead. Oh, okay. Question and answer. What does that mean? You don't think... Uncle Kraus too? Figures. I had to say it at a time like this. But they were 4 in the guest house, plus getting to make 5. I figured there would be one more. Why? How could you know that? Are you the culprit? Did you kill George? Stop it, Eva-san. Now is not the time. Eva got agitated and grabbed at Gideon. I just stepped in between them and grew into a bit of a scuffle. Watching this, Erika smiled condescendingly and shrugged. Of course. It's natural you'd guess there were 6 victims after seeing the crime scene in the guest house. There were only 4 corpses, so it makes you wonder who the other 2 were. How could you know such a thing? You killed him? You killed George? Wait a minute, Emma. Erika-chan, Hideya-san, how can you know that? Can't you think before you talk? It's a simple connection to make. The scribble drawn at the scene of the crime in the guest house was a magic trick. I just try to think of things connected to both magic and murders. Oh, so it's the epitaph, huh? Me. First Twilight. Huh? Huh? What's going on? Well, I don't have a clue either. Is that how it is? Damn witch. So is this really Beatrice-sama's doing? Why do you all keep talking as if you know something? I don't have a clue. Someone explain. I told you, Emma, calm down a bit. That's how it is. Ever since I saw the magic circle at the crime scene, I imagined that this might be a plotline murder following the Ep5's first Twilight, which would mean there are 6 victims. Simply by the existence of the magic circle in that place, this level of reasoning is possible for Furo, Erika. What do you think, everyone? So, Uncle Kraus was also killed? We can't be sure of that. Kraus-san isn't the only person who hasn't come here, right? There's one more. Just for an instant, Natsuki's brow furrowed. So, he hadn't been able to avoid the topic of the study after all. You don't mean that? Hey, someone must have contacted the study, right? Of course we called and even knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Father is immersing himself in this research. He sometimes leaves the receiver off the hook because he doesn't want to be called and even ignores any knocking. But the phone was ringing. Anyway, let's check to see that my husband's safe. Let's go to his room. Now he stood up in a flurry and dashed out into the corridor. Rudolph and the others immediately chased after her, telling her to wait. Come on.
Let's all go together. In both third-rate mysteries and third-rate horrors, people who act alone tend to die first. Yeah, this game is just the same. Battle really is third-rate. No, but in third-rate disaster movies and third-rate action movies, people who act alone do survive, right? Weird. Even though the epitaph has already been solved. Who's behind this farce? It might be the work of this man from 19 years ago who is thought to be leading them to this piece. Yes, that can't be true. In the games up until now, Beto has already started that Ginzo has vanished, meaning that no more than 17 people exist and no 18 people exist. Now that Erika has been at it, it's been stated that no 19th person exists. There's no room for this man from 19 years ago to appear on the island. So, the man from 19 years ago is disguised as one of the existing humans. Or else. Even if a 19th person isn't permitted by the red, flipping in the 19th person is no trouble for me. No trouble for witches. Now it's getting interesting. Why don't we watch this a little longer? Still, those two witches have finally started to do whatever they please with my game board, haven't they? Didn't you know that would happen when you invited me? As a witch, I have the same dislike for boredom as they do. Even the unexpected brings the kind of joy a witch experiences. Very well. Bring it on! It's great that you're so eager, but things have taken a nasty turn. Get it? Indeed. Perhaps this isn't the best time to wait and see what happens next. I know that. At this rate, Ginzo's existence will become an issue once again, and the barrier around the study won't last long. That isn't all. Things are going to get even worse. Holy fuck, that Saibo! Yep. Say hello to Gak. See? Move 1, move 2, move 3, and then your corner. Not Sihi. Gap whispered something into Bato's ear. Bato's mouth slowly widened into a grin. Erika bringing everyone together is actually convenient for us. All darkness outside the range of observers belongs to us demons. This may be the only time to make that move. Natsuki is the king. She can move far, but we can't allow her to be taken. Let's take the initiative. If we slip up here, Natsuki will be cornered. Gap, can I count on you? Of course. I'll blow a hole for the closed room tricks, alibis, and mysteries alike. Leave it to me. I'll handle it. Gab was swallowed up along with the chair she sat in, into a pitch-black hole that opened on the floor and then disappeared. After that, a hole opened on the ceiling and spat just the chair back out, returning the place the way it had been. This is becoming troublesome. I see. Against Lady Lambda Delta, even I am nothing more than a mere piece. In the early game, I must worry more about expansion than losing or taking pieces. I'm just no match for that person. I won't let her do that. Natsuki is the final master I will serve. Know that this is a piece you'll never be allowed to take, so long as she has a contract with me, Beatorice. Francis' room was empty. The bed was too. But massive bloodstains similar to the other crime scenes remains. But there was no corpse. Nope. Then he isn't. Maybe not. What's going on? Where's Nissan? Judging by the bloodstains, Dad. I don't like to think about it, but we should probably assume that he was killed and has his neck cut open. Just like the people in the guest house. Probably, judging by the amount of blood lost. It's hard to imagine that he's okay. Where did Krausama go? Large amount of blood stained the top of the bed, but there were no similar marks on the floor of the room. You gonna be grayed out? Yep. So the scene that we're gonna see late is gonna happen a little later because in that scene we already have a confirmation of the sixth person. Large amount of blood stained the top of the bed, but there were no similar marks on the floor of the room. Whether Kraus had been seriously wounded and wandered off somewhere, or killed and carried somewhere. They had no clue where this somewhere might be. Not so he knew. Though Kraus had been sounding far from his best over the phone. At least he hadn't sounded like he was on the brink of death. In other words, these bloodstains had to be a setup. That might not even be blood. However, just what was that man thinking? Was this supposed to be... What the heck? So on the first highlight there were 6 sacrifices? Was Kraus Nissan in the habit of locking his door? We just came in without unlocking. Yes, Kraus also has a habit of locking up.
At this house, Mom has ordered that all non-public areas be locked.
How many keys can unlock Uncle Kraus's room? In addition to the one key Krausama held, there's the master key. Oh, all that stuff about keys is a pointless argument. Do you forget that Genji-san is already a victim? His master key is missing. That means all the locks in this mansion are meaningless. How boring. In other words, no close rumors have existed or will exist in this mansion. Sheesh. This is getting to be a pretty boring mystery. Erika laughed off this murdering disappointment, as though it was something she was watching on TV. Can't understand it. Why is her world so different from ours? In her world... It's almost like she's in a separate dimension from us. Was Jessica also like this? In a bed? Yes, that's right. Just like George, her neck was cut. Jessica. Let me be with Jessica. I haven't even seen Jessica's face yet. Jessica! Wait up, Natsuhi-san.
The culprit might still be hiding nearby. It would be dangerous to let her be alone.
Natsuhi flew out of the room and dashed towards the guest house this time. It was only natural. Natsuhi still hadn't seen Jessica's dying face. Everyone probably thought that. Of course, even Natsuhi was half thinking that. The other half was her desire to shift everyone else's attention away from the study. Strange crimes had occurred, the gold had been discovered, and some relatives had even recommended Valor to be the successor. Even in these twisted circumstances, she had to protect Ginso's secret. My head, going to be racked by this suffering anyway. Please, just let my head explode right now. Wait, I won't have to suffer any longer. So, everyone, for Natsuhi-san's sake, let's return to the guest house for the time being. So it's not as though seeing their dead faces is going to lead to any new development. Do you even have a heart? A heart? What's that? Just seeing her daughter's dead face wouldn't bring Jessica back to life. Nor would it heal Natsuhi's anguish. On the contrary, she would probably wail, wasting considerable amount of time before being able to think properly again. This probably sums up Erika's screwed up arguments. Just seeing their dying faces won't lead to any new developments. Like hell it won't. That's the species have brought about a really interesting change. What in the... Not so he flew into the cussing room on the second floor of the guest house, and was struck dumb by the blood-stained beds and the eerie magic circle, which looked like it might have been drawn with the victim's blood. Where is Jessica? Where is she? Jessica! In that bed. A bed? Where? Huh? George? Where is he? Wait a sec. What the hell is going on here? We made sure to lock this room when we left, right? We can now be certain the culprit has a master key. Once again, my reasoning was correct. Who cares about that? Where'd they go? Where did everyone's corpses go? Nice trick. Hey, look, it's magic, right? That gap was with about to hit the corpses somewhere with magic. All of us smoked together. So you're trying to say that everyone had alibis? Your reasoning goes like this, right? The four of them weren't actually dead. They were just playing dead. Then when no one else was around, they hid somewhere. Am I right? You don't intend to proclaim all of their deaths in red, do you? Of course I won't. Like that gold battle. I'll get read out for free. In that case, I'll be glad to use the blue truth. I can think of many ways to work around something of this level. Sure, go ahead. Blue truth time. Here's the first one I can think of. Victims aren't actually. They pretended to be dead, and secretly hid themselves. After all, you hadn't proclaimed anyone's death with the truth. Ahaha. Even though you've been shown their gaping wound, you're still trying that one on the principle? As long as there's no red, right? But don't get your hopes up. I'm not giving you a freebie right through. After all you have to do is deny it all at once at the end of the game at 24 hours on October 5th. The witch's side has such a big advantage. It'll all be over now. That stupid bastard was my opponent. But you aren't like that, right, Brain? Of course. Anyone could have thought of that still in me. I have more. Second one. Crowds carried the corpses up and hid them. You acted it out so it looks like you kidnapped Krauss and locked him up somewhere. But he might actually be. Krauss has no alibi. Krauss hid the corpses. Yeah, that's right. It's not like I proclaimed that Krauss was being confined with Red Truth. You know how they say you gotta confuse your friends before you can confuse your enemies? So he lied to nothing, making it seem like he'd been captured. Any others? Third one. The corpses were different people in the first place. They were substitute corpses that closely resembled victims. George and the others were hiding from the beginning, and later cleared up those substitute corpses. These corpses were dead from the very beginning, so they don't count towards the number of people on the island. That's messed up. Even though all those people got around and saw their dead faces, none of them realized they were substitute corpses. Since you haven't used the Red Truth, there's a possibility that everyone misidentified all of the corpses. But if you feel like repeating, no one would misidentify a person, I'll withdraw that claim immediately, okay? No way! I'm not falling for that. Retsu is only useful if you use it with a flash, right? I'll take a single truth out of a large pile of blue and smash it with the red. Then, the rest of the blue truth will be swallowed up by darkness before you can find out whether they were right or wrong. That darkness is the world of witches. You don't give it any truth at all. This girl acts like she's stupid. She's not bad at all. She'll never rise to provocation. Looks like she understands the darkness of magic even better than the true game master, Captain. And apparently, the apples understood that well. That move of hiding the corpses. It was pretty effective to roll Lambda in that. In any event, I've thought up a full 3 theories about the disappearing corpses. 3 blue wedges for a single riddle. That doesn't mean you can just deny one of those 3. Unless he eliminates our 3 wedges, this riddle has been defeated. That's the ironclad rule of witch hunting. Single wedge isn't nearly enough. Only vampires die from a single stake. Compared to witches, vampires are weak. True witches won't die unless you stab them all over with stakes, right? It's the same with assassins, isn't it? It's only in Japanese manga that you see assassins kill their targets with a single perfect shot. Real assassins will empty out an entire magazine's worth of bullets. That's how you do things, right? Of course, it's the same for me. But it's this girl we're talking about, so she might slice it all in 2 with a single swipe of red. By simply letting off a few quick lines confirming their deaths and crossed innocence with red, you can remove all 3 of my wedges. Well, that's okay. When the red truth does come out, I just need to follow along with it and stab her full of blue wedges again. This is how a game of witches plays out. It's so fun. Tyler's sluggish battles always piss me off, so I'm loving this. I understand, Lambda. This first fight is just the beginning of the beginning. It's just a skirmish, right? Wouldn't have it any other way. I'll make you lose pathetically, and cry out in regret as you crawl and scratch at the floor. I've almost forgotten the pleasure of grabbing that cute hair of yours and wiping the floor with it as I roll around laughing. The servant waiting room in the mansion had once again gone silent. There lay Genji's corpse. They can't hold it in, which had been covered completely with a blanket. In the ceiling of this cramped room, a pitch black hole appeared, captivating legs spread out, and gap floated downwards. Disaster, but not for them, for everybody else. Have a good night, Camilla. Sorry, Genji. You probably want to enjoy your eternal sleep right here. But that's not going to be possible. Please disappear from this place so that you may serve Natsuki, the final head of the Yoshinomiya family, even after death. Gap stripped off the blanket as she said to Genji, who was sleeping peacefully. Then she stared at the deep wound in his neck. That's a nice cut. It must have been made with a single slice. Anyone who's capable of this manifested, yes? Not good. I can't think of anyone decent who might be capable of this. It goes without saying, but witches are capable of summoning beings with a strength proportional to their own ability. The great Lady Lambda Delta called that being here as a trump card, 19th person. Even optimistically speaking, this is on par with Ronov and me. Pitch black hole opened on the bed and Genji disappeared as though the bed had swallowed him up. Just like the 4 in the guest house, Genji's corpse was also hidden in some unknown place. It was a place that no one could find, located neither within this world nor the next. No longer would anyone be able to find their corpses. No longer would anyone be able to confirm their death. She carried Genji's corpse to this place of endless silence, where it would never be disturbed. When there's no corpse, a person goes missing. When a person is missing, people will suspect that they might be the culprits and suspect that they might be victims, truly like the inside of a cat. The darkness inside of cat boxes will never be opened. Is where we demons and witches reside. You were a bit too slow, Miss Great Detective. Gap licked her lips and gulped. I wonder why Gap-sama is going around hiding corpses. I don't know, but Gap-sama is pretty cool. He's just so awesome. Don't be stupid. What happened to standing guards? Humans are returning from the guest house. Gap-sama. Yes, I'll disperse. Let's disperse. This should be enough to give Natsuki away. Gap jumped into a pitch-black hole that had opened near her feet. Amon said, I'm going too, and jumped in. Followed by Asmo, who said, me too, and hopped in, giggling. As Satan hesitated over what to do, the hole closed. And you call yourself sisters of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory? How childish. So stupid. Satan went bright red and got angry all by herself, and turned into gold butterflies in despair. It seems Gab has succeeded in moving the 5 corpses. Well done. However, the next part is tricky. They will probably be somewhat surprised at the disappearance of Genji's corpse, but their interest will most likely swim back to Kinso's study after that. There are 2 keys to the study. It's fortunate that Natsuki is in possession of both. If she had left one with Genji, it would probably have fallen into Lady Lambda Delta's hands by now. It seems that Lady Lambda Delta has no intention of hiding Kinso's death. Apparently, she plans to fight while ignoring the moat, towers, and ramparts that you have created. This has become a strange triangular confrontation. We are all each other's enemies, but we will sometimes join forces without notice. In a 3-way fight, just when you think it's 2 against 1, it suddenly becomes 1 against 2. That's what it's like. That Chinese battle royale. Don't you think it's like that Records of the 3 Kingdoms thing? Oh, you mean romance? Oh, the Longchamp plan. That's quite a sophisticated analogy to hear coming from you. Cool. Hang on. I need to... Oh, actually, I can just screen cap it. What am I saying? Silly me. There were 3 empires in Records of the 3 Kingdoms, weren't there? Wei, Wu, and Shu, right? That sounds just like us. So, which empire won out in the end? The power that gained control in the end was the Qin dynasty. The 3 empires you mentioned were all destroyed. Oh. I didn't know that. I thought one of the 3 empires won. Did the Wei have an overwhelming advantage? They had the position of emperor stolen from them, and their empire was subjugated and destroyed. Sorry for the spoilers. The Sima clan, a noble family that Cao Cao invited as advisors, eventually gained central control in a power struggle and took over the country. So, they were invited in as advisors, and they seized control. Very interesting. That Lady Lambda Delta. She really isn't. Pardon me. The humans have confirmed the disappearance of Genji's corpse in the servant waiting room. They've started moving towards Lord Goldsmith's study. Riche, They're coming. Let them come. The humans and the witches of certainty and miracles. If this is a three-way fight, then we've got humans, witches, and... what should we be called? If the thing we're protecting for the time being is Kinso's phantom, so... are we phantoms then? Okay, it's over. We did it. We finished the chapter. Perfect. Perfect. We're gonna start in a really good place next time, I think. Okay, so it wasn't 3 hours long. It was only like an hour and 20 minutes. Something like that. Yeah, okay, so they are giving us that BIOS screen every time one of these segments is over. Here we go. Whew. It's kind of crazy how when I start one of these streams, for like the first hour, I feel like I'm dying. I'm like, guys, I'm not gonna be able to survive even 2 hours of this. My voice is dying. And then at like the third hour, I get my second wind, and I just go for another 2 or 3 hours. How it goes. True. Okay. Let's look for someone to raid so we can finally start our weekends, even though it's Sunday already. Actually, so we can end our weekends. Very sad. What? There's very few people live right now. I mean, I know who to raid, because there's someone there that I can just raid, but surprisingly few amount of people. Oh no, everyone's out clubbing, aren't they? They're out clubbing and having fun and living their lives. But so are we, right? There are many ways to live your life. Wow, yeah, there's like almost nobody around. Okay, here we go. We're gonna go with Mato. Playing Dragon Quarter. This one doesn't have a number. So I don't know if this is a number title or if it's a different thing. I guess I'll find out when I get there. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I hope this gave you some more information to chew on. The terriers. Oh. I get it. And I hope this helps you, you know, solve all the mysteries. Or at least come up with new theories. It is kind of sad that narratively this is like a very sad moment for Battler and Beato. And this is like a desecration of their game. Because I mean, watching Lambda and Burn playing is really fun. I really enjoy seeing them bounce off each other. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Good night. Good night. Thank you. Bye.